My name is Mark. I am 31, and for 3 years, I worked nights at a self-storage place on the edge of town. It is one of those big spread-out facilities with long rows of metal doors and a little glass office in the front. We were open 24 hours, but the gate stayed locked at night and customers had to punch in a code to get in. On paper, my job was simple: watch the cameras, handle late customers, and walk the grounds a few times. Most nights were dead. I would make coffee around 10, turn on the monitors, and let some podcast play while I did paperwork. The building sat right off a county road that got quiet after midnight. When you stepped outside, you could hear the wind in the trees and the hum of the highway way off in the distance. It was boring but safe money. That is what I thought. Anyway, the office had a wall of 8 monitors that showed different angles of the property. We had 2 cameras on the front gate, 2 in each main lane between the rows of units, one on the back fence and one inside the office pointed at the front door. I used to joke that I saw more raccoons on those screens than people. Most of the time that was true. It was a Friday night in November. It had that cold, dry feeling where you can see your breath but there is no snow yet. My shift was from 10 at night to 6 in the morning. The day guy, a retired firefighter named Doug, did his usual handoff and left right at 10:15. We chatted about the local team for a minute, then he slapped the counter and said he would see me Monday. Nothing felt off. The first weird thing happened around 11:30. I was sipping coffee and half reading an email when the buzzer from the gate sounded. When someone enters a gate code, the system dings in the office and pulls their camera feed up on the big screen. I glanced up expecting to see a car. Instead, there was nothing. The gate just sat there under the yellow lights. No headlights. No person at the keypad. No motion at all. Sometimes the keypad glitches, so I did not think much of it. I cleared the screen and went back to my email. A few minutes later, the buzzer sounded again. I looked up. Same thing. Empty gate. No car pulling in. No one messing with the keypad. Just the gate sitting there like a still photo. I got up and walked to the front door. From the glass I could see the gate about 50 yards away. Nothing. Just the road and the chain link. The night was quiet. No engine noise. No taillights disappearing into the dark. I remember telling myself it was probably a wiring issue and making a note to tell Doug. It did not really worry me, but it stayed in the back of my mind. Around midnight, I started my first walk of the grounds. Company policy said we had to do at least 2 full walks each night. I grabbed the flashlight, clipped the radio to my belt, and stepped out, locking the office door behind me. My breath puffed in the cold air. The motion lights along the lanes clicked on as I walked past. The place always felt different on foot. On the monitors, it was just rectangles and shadows. But when you walked between the rows of units, the sound changed. It was like being in an empty alley that never ended. Every footstep bounced off the metal doors and came back to you a little delayed. I shined the light along the row, checking for open locks or anything weird. Everything looked normal. I was halfway down the second row when I heard it. A quick metallic rattle behind me, like a unit door being tested. I spun around with the flashlight. The beam slid across a dozen doors, each locked with its round silver disc. Nothing moved. No door was halfway up. No person ducked out of sight. Just silence, and my own heart pounding in my ears. I told myself it was probably the metal popping in the cold. That happens sometimes. Still, I picked up the pace. I finished the walk faster than usual and went back to the office. As I reached for my keys, I had this sudden thought. I had locked the door when I left. I clearly remembered turning the deadbolt. Now the handle turned freely. The office door was unlocked. I stood there for a second, keys in my hand, just listening. The blinds in the front windows showed the dark parking lot behind me. I could hear the faint buzz of the snack machine inside. My first thought was that I had messed up and never actually turned the lock all the way. I pushed the door open with my foot and leaned in, scanning the room with the flashlight. The office looked exactly the way I left it. Computer on the desk, my coffee cup by the keyboard, radio charger humming on the wall. Nobody behind the counter. Nobody crouched in the corner. The back door to the small break room was closed. Still, my chest felt tight. I shut the door, locked it again, and this time yanked it to make sure it was secure. When I sat back down in the chair, I checked the time. It was 12:23. I turned to the monitors out of habit. For a second, I thought something was wrong with the screen. In the top left feed, the one for lane 1, there was a figure standing in the middle of the pavement. No car around them, no unit door open near them. Just a person standing there between the rows, facing the camera. My throat went dry. I leaned closer. The figure was a man, maybe in his 40s. He wore a dark jacket and jeans and a beanie pulled low. He stood perfectly still, with his hands in his pockets. His face was shadowed, but I had the feeling he was looking right at the camera. I switched to the next camera to see the angle from lane 2. Empty. Lane 3, empty. Back fence, empty. I went back to lane 1. The man was gone. The pavement was bare again. No person, no shadow. Just that long strip of concrete and closed doors. My mind started doing the thing where it tries to find the easiest answer. Maybe it was a glitch, some old footage playing for a second. But the system did not even have that feature. These were live feeds only. Or maybe he had just stepped out of frame while I clicked over. That made more sense. I checked the access log on the computer. Anyone who punched in a gate code would show up with a timestamp and the last 4 digits of their phone number. The last entry was Doug, leaving at 10:15. No one had come in since. The buzzer sounded again. I jumped. The main screen flashed to the gate camera. This time, there was a vehicle. A white pickup idled in front of the keypad, its headlights cutting across the fence. The driver leaned out and punched in a code. The gate started sliding open. I felt a rush of relief. Actual customers meant things were normal. The pickup rolled in. The tag matched Unit 134, one of our longtime renters. A guy named Paul, who ran a small landscaping business. He waved at the office as he drove past. I waved back even though he probably could not see me behind the glare. For the next half hour, nothing happened. I watched Paul load something into his truck, lock up, and leave. The gate closed behind him. The lot went dark again. I told myself that if anything strange happened one more time, I would call the police, even if it felt stupid. At 1:15, the buzzer went off again. My stomach clenched. I looked at the screen. Empty gate. No pickup, no car, no taillights on the road. Just that rectangle of chain link and concrete. That was enough. I picked up the phone and called the non-emergency line. I explained that our gate was acting strange and that I had seen someone on the cameras who did not show up in the log. The dispatcher asked if anyone was trying to break in. I said no, but that I was alone out there and something felt wrong. She said an officer would swing by when free. For a while, just knowing someone was coming helped. I leaned back in the chair and watched the screens. That was when I noticed something I had not seen before. Camera 7, the one in the office, recorded a little thumbnail feed in the corner. It showed my back as I sat at the desk. Over my shoulder, I could see the front door and the blinds. I let my eyes drift over it lazily. Then my heart nearly stopped. In the glass of the front door, barely visible between the slats of the blinds, there was a reflection, a faint shape, like someone standing close to the door, just out of view of the office camera. I froze. The hair on my arms stood up. The door itself in the camera frame looked normal, but the reflection in the glass showed a dark shape where none should be. I could not hear anything over the pounding in my ears, but I imagined I could feel someone on the other side of that thin metal and glass. Very slowly, I reached over and clicked the little icon to switch camera 7 to full screen. The image got larger. My own shoulders filled the bottom of the frame, the door above them. The reflection was clearer now. It was a person outside the office, close to the glass, turned slightly as if they were listening instead of looking in. I did not move. I did not even breathe. I just stared at that reflection. After a second, the person brought a hand up and rested it on the glass. The skin looked pale under the parking lot lights. I watched the faint imprint of their fingers slide down a few inches, like they were testing how solid it was. I grabbed the phone again and this time dialed 911. I whispered my address and told the dispatcher there was someone right outside my door. She told me to stay on the line and not to confront them. She asked if the door was locked. I said yes. I did not add that for at least 10 minutes earlier in the night. I had no idea if that was true. As I talked, I kept my eyes glued to the monitor. The hand stayed on the glass. I could see the vague outline of a head, but not enough to make out a face. After what felt like a full minute, the hand lifted, and the reflection drifted out of frame. I heard soft footsteps on the gravel just outside. Then silence. No knock, no voice, just that heavy quiet. The dispatcher asked if I had a back exit. I told her about the break room door that led to a stairwell and another locked door that opened to the side lot. She told me to go there and wait, taking the phone with me. I grabbed the keys and moved as quietly as I could. The break room was only a few steps away, but crossing that open space felt like walking through a spotlight. As I moved, I glanced at the monitor one last time. Camera 7 showed the empty office. In the reflection of the door, nothing. I shut the break room door behind me and locked it. The stairwell beyond was concrete and bare. It smelled like dust. I sat on the top step with the phone pressed to my ear, listening for any sound from the office. Every creak made me flinch. After a couple of minutes, the dispatcher told me the officers were turning onto our road. I heard the faint, distant wail of a siren. I stayed where I was until she said they were on site. Then I heard firm knocks and loud voices calling my name. I unlocked the lower door and stepped out into the side lot. 2 officers stood by their cruiser, blue and red lights throwing color across the metal doors. They cleared the office with me standing behind them. No one was inside. The front door was still locked. The blinds were still drawn. The only sign that anything had ever happened was a faint patch of fog on the glass at head height where someone had breathed against it. We went through the camera footage together. The timestamp on the clip where I first saw the man in lane 1 matched 6 minutes after midnight. We watched it frame by frame. In one frame, the lane was empty. In the next, he stood there in the middle. No walking in from the edge of the frame. No slow approach. It looked like he just appeared. Then, 2 seconds later, he was gone again. The clip from the office camera was worse. From the outside, the front of the office is not in view of any other camera. The only record is that reflection in the glass. On the footage, you can see me sitting at the desk. Then you can see the faint outline of someone outside the door, the hand on the glass, the slow slide. At one point, the reflection shifts, and you can just make out a face, but it is too distorted by the angle to really see. One of the officers asked if there was any chance it was a friend messing with me. I said no. Nobody knew I was working that night, except Doug and my girlfriend, and both were home. They checked the gate log again. Still nothing. No one had opened the gate since Paul with the pickup. The officers walked the property with me. We checked for footprints near the office, along the fence, by the back gate that stayed locked with a chain. The gravel around the office showed some scuffs, but that was it. It looked like someone had stood there and shifted their weight back and forth. No clear shoe print, no direction of travel, just vague marks that could have been from the week before. They took a report, but there was only so much they could do. Before they left, one of them gave me a look I still remember. Serious, almost apologetic. He told me that if anything else happened, anything at all, to call right away. I did not finish the shift alone. The owner lived 15 minutes away and came in after the officers called him. He is an older guy named Ray with a quiet voice. He stayed with me until sunrise. We sat in the office with the lights on, watching the screens. No more phantom gate buzzers. No more people popping up in the lanes. No reflection at the door. Just a cold, normal night. I kept working there for another month. Every shift after that, I would double-check the lock on the office door and triple-check the back door. I tried to tell myself it was a rare one-off event. Maybe someone had parked on the road and hopped the fence, then gone back the way they came. Maybe there was some electrical glitch in the cameras. That is what everyone suggested. But here is the part I do not tell most people. A week after that night, Ray had me go through some old files to clean up the system. There was a folder of archived access logs from the year before. I was scanning them when I noticed the same phone digits popping up at odd hours. 2 in the morning, 3:30, 4:05. The name on the account jumped out at me. It was a previous tenant who had rented Unit 209. Unit 209 was in Lane 1, right in the middle of where I had seen the man standing. The note on the account said the renter had stopped paying and the unit was seized by the company after they never responded to calls or letters. The date on that file was 7 months earlier. Ray happened to walk by when I was looking at it. I asked what had been in that unit when they opened it. He frowned and rubbed his jaw. Then he said there had not been much. A mattress on the floor, some trash, and a camp stove. Whoever rented it had basically been living in there at night until they disappeared. I asked if they ever found the guy. Ray shook his head. He said the police came out, took a look, and left. There was no blood, no sign of a struggle, just a unit that looked like someone had walked away in the middle of a night and never come back. That Monday, I turned in my notice. I told them it was because I found a better job, but that was not really the reason. The real reason is that I could not sit in that office anymore and watch those screens, knowing that someone had once made this place their home in the dark, slipping in and out around the edges of the cameras, and that for at least one night they came back. Whether he was coming for his old unit or for me, I still do not know. All I know is that every time I drive past a storage yard now, I glance at the little office where some night guy is probably sitting alone in front of a wall of monitors, and I wonder if anyone is standing just outside his door, where only the glass can see. My name is Jason. I am 32. And until last year, I worked nights as a security guard at a small hospital on the edge of our city. It was not a big place, maybe 4 floors and an older attached clinic building. My shift was from 10 at night to 6 in the morning. Most of the time it was quiet. Nurses, a few doctors, the cleaning crew, and me. Our security office was a cramped room in the basement next to the loading dock. There was a desk with 3 monitors that showed all the main hallways, entrances, and the parking lot. On the wall behind me was a pegboard with spare key cards and a list of extensions. The air always smelled faintly, like sanitizer and old coffee. My usual routine was simple. Check the cameras every few minutes, respond to calls, do a couple of rounds through the building, and keep anyone who did not belong there from wandering around. Every visitor after 10 had to go through the main emergency entrance so the night nurse could control doors from the desk. In theory, it was a locked building. In practice, people forgot doors and loading bay gates and side exits all the time. It was a Sunday night in February, cold, with a mix of rain and sleet coming down outside. The day security guy, a heavy older man named Carl, signed the log around 9:45 and left early. He was the type who believed nothing bad ever really happened. He kept telling me I was lucky to have such an easy job. Around 10:30, I did my first round. I used my key card on the stairwells and checked the side entrances. The automatic doors at the back of the first floor clinic building had a habit of not latching. I pushed on them just to be sure. They locked solid. The waiting room lights in that building were off, just green exit signs glowing and the street lamps outside throwing pale light across empty chairs. I went back down to the basement and settled in. On the cameras, I could see the main emergency entrance, where people still trickled in with flu symptoms or minor accidents. Nurses moved between rooms. Housekeeping pushed carts along the halls. It felt normal. The first strange thing that night was small. Around 11:20, I noticed movement on the camera that watched the clinic waiting room. That area was closed at night. During the day, families sat there for appointments with specialists. But after 10, the doors to that building were supposed to be locked and lights left off. The camera showed the outlines of chairs and the long, curved reception desk. In one of the chairs near the window, a shape sat that had not been there on my earlier round. At first I thought it was just a coat someone left behind, but then the shape shifted. A shoulder moved, a head turned slightly. Someone was sitting in the dark waiting room. I leaned closer to the screen. The image was grainy, but I could see enough. A man sat in a plastic chair near the window. He had a dark jacket and jeans and wore some kind of cap pulled low. His hands were in his lap. He was very still. I checked the door camera images for that building. The back door showed only the wet parking lot and the glowing lamps. The side entrance near the staff lot was empty. No record on the log of any late visitors being buzzed through to the clinic. That building was supposed to be closed and sealed. I picked up the radio and called the front desk. The charge nurse on duty was a woman named Karen who had seen everything. I asked if anyone was authorized to be in the clinic waiting room after hours. She sounded annoyed, the way nurses do when security acts jumpy. She said she had not let anyone back there. She added that if a visitor asked for privacy, she would know about it. I told her I saw someone on the camera. There was a pause, then a sigh. She said she would check the visitor log. A moment later, she called back and said no one had come in for the clinic since 9. She told me to go look. So I grabbed my flashlight and my key card and headed upstairs. The hallway outside the security office was empty. As I climbed to the first floor, the sound of the building changed. The basement was all muffled fans and hums. The main level was brighter, with the emergency doors sliding open and closed, and the soft electronic beeps from monitors drifting down the hall. The door to the clinic building sat at the far end of the first floor corridor. A sign above it listed the medical groups that had offices there. At night, we kept it locked, and only staff could open it with a keycard. I held my badge to the reader. It beeped, and the lock clicked. I stepped through. The difference was immediate. The hospital side was bright and busy. The clinic side was quiet and dim. Only a few lights glowed near exit signs and in the reception area. The air felt colder. I could hear the faint hiss of the ventilation system and nothing else. The waiting room was to the right, past the empty reception desk. Rows of chairs, a few fake plants, a kid's corner with a small table and some worn books. At night, it always looked a little unreal, like a stage set after the actors went home. I walked around the desk, scanning the chairs. My pulse was up. I told myself I would find nobody there and it would just be a shadow fooling the camera. But as I neared the window side, I saw him. A man sat in a chair that faced away from the hallway, turned slightly toward the big windows that looked out on the side parking lot. He wore a dark jacket, just like on the camera feed. The collar was pulled up. A baseball cap shaded his face. One hand rested on his knee. The other was tucked under his jacket, as if he was holding something against his stomach. He did not react to my footsteps. I stopped a few feet away and cleared my throat. My voice sounded too loud in that quiet room as I said he was not allowed to be there after hours, and asked if he was waiting for someone in the main hospital. He turned his head slowly toward me. His eyes looked tired, and his face was lined, but there was something flat in the way he looked at me. He said he was just waiting for a doctor and that it was a free country and he was not bothering anyone. I felt the hair on the back of my neck rise. There was something off in his tone. Not drunk, not high, just not quite lined up with the situation. I told him the clinic side was closed and that he needed to go back to the main entrance where someone could check him in. I gestured toward the door. He did not move. He just kept looking at me. Then he smiled. It was not a friendly smile. It was more like he was testing different expressions on his face. He said he liked it better on this side because it was quieter. I kept my voice calm and told him he still had to leave. I said I would escort him back to the emergency entrance and we could get him squared away there. That was when his hand under the jacket shifted in a way that made my stomach clamp. I could not see anything, but it was the kind of movement people make when they remember they have a weapon and do not want to show it yet. I told him that if he did not come with me, I would have to call the police. His eyes flicked past me for a moment toward the hallway. For a second, his calm slipped, and I saw something hard and intent. Then it was gone, and the lazy half-smile was back. He stood up slowly. He was taller than I expected, and thinner. He walked past me toward the door. I kept a good distance behind him, my hand near the radio on my belt. He did not look back, did not talk. We walked down the short hallway to the door that led back to the hospital side. I swiped my card, the lock clicked, and he stepped through. The lights and sounds of the hospital washed over us. He hesitated, then turned left, instead of heading straight toward the emergency desk. That left turn bothered me. The emergency entrance was straight down the hall. To the left were elevators and stairs that led to the upper floors, including pediatrics on the third and postpartum on the second. I called after him that he was going the wrong way. He did not stop. He moved faster now. I grabbed my radio and told Karen I had an unknown male inside the clinic side who was heading away from the main desk. I gave a quick description. My voice shook a little. She said she was calling the house supervisor. The man reached the elevator bank and jabbed the call button. I told him again to wait by the front desk. I was ready to stand between him and the elevator if I had to. But before the doors opened, his head snapped toward the stairwell door nearby. He chose the stairs instead. He pushed through and disappeared upward. That set off every alarm in my head. Most visitors who are lost go slower. They look at signs. They hesitate. He knew where the elevators were. When he changed course to the stairs, it felt deliberate. I broke into a jog and hit the stairwell door a few seconds after him. I heard his footsteps above, fast but controlled, not panicked. I radioed again, breathless now, telling them he was in the stairs and heading up. I did not want to chase him alone, but the training in my head said I could not let unknown people wander freely. I followed at a distance, staying one floor below the sound of his steps. The number markers on the wall ticked past. Second floor, then third. His steps slowed as he neared the third floor landing. That floor was pediatrics. I stopped halfway between the second and third landings and listened. For a moment there was silence. Then I heard the quiet clunk of a door opening and closing above, very soft, as if someone eased it shut to avoid the loud latch. I went up to the third floor door and cracked it open an inch. The pediatrics corridor was lit with softer lights, the kind they use at night to keep kids sleeping. The walls had cartoon murals. A line of closed patient room doors stretched away, with a nurse's station at the far end. I could not see the man. I stepped out and listened. The only sounds were the low buzz of machines and the distant clink of metal from the station where a nurse arranged supplies. I considered calling out, but I did not want to panic families. I walked toward the nurse's station. The charge nurse there that night, a big guy named Henry, looked up as I approached. I asked if he had seen a man in a dark jacket and cap come through. He frowned and shook his head. Before I could explain more, one of the younger nurses came around the corner from the far end of the hall. She looked rattled. She said a man had just tried to swipe a badge at the secure door leading to the nursery and had gotten angry when it beeped red. She thought he was with a family but did not recognize him, and he had moved off when she approached. My skin went cold. The nursery required a special staff badge. Without it, you could not get inside. The door had a small glass porthole. From where I stood, I could see it at the end of the hall. No one was near it now. I asked which way the man went. She gestured toward a side hallway that led back toward the elevators and another stairwell. I told Henry to call security office and the main desk. I sprinted down that side hall, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. At the end of the hall, there was a door marked Stair 2. It was propped open with a plastic wedge. That was against every rule. I kicked the wedge away and listened. Footsteps echoed down from above, heading up toward the fourth floor. That floor was mostly administrative offices and a few sleep study rooms, empty on weekends. I was sweating now despite the cold. I moved up, forcing myself to stay 2 flights behind. I told myself if he forced into any patient area, I would close the distance. For now, I wanted eyes on him and more staff between him and any kids. On the 4th floor landing, the footprints stopped. I eased up and opened the door a crack. The hallway there was darker, motion sensors only, offices with closed doors, dark waiting alcoves. No sign of him. For a second I thought he might be hiding right around the corner, waiting. That thought froze me. I stood there at the thin opening of the door and felt a heavy weight of silence pressing in. Then I saw movement on the ceiling. A small red dot from the camera overhead blinked, as it always did. That dot reminded me we had eyes on this spot from the security room. I backed up, went down 1 flight so I was between pediatrics and the dark floor, and used the stairwell phone to call my office. The phone rang and rang. No answer. That made no sense. I was the only one assigned to nights, but I had left only 15 minutes earlier. The office was a locked room. I hung up and tried the code that rang the front desk instead. Karen answered, frazzled now. She said police were on the way. She also said that 2 minutes earlier, the security office phone had dialed the emergency desk, but when she picked up, there was only breathing, and then a click. The back of my neck prickled. If I was in the stairwell, and nobody else had a key to that room except Carl and the supervisor, who had called from there, I told Karen to send someone from housekeeping down to meet the officers, and not to let anyone into nursery or pediatrics without double-checking IDs. Then I went back down to the basement. I did not like leaving that hallway, but something told me that if the man had gotten back into the stairwell, he could already be anywhere. When I reached the security office door, it looked normal. Closed, with a tiny metal plate that said "Security" in black letters. I unlocked it and pushed it open, half expecting someone to be in my chair. The room was empty. The monitors glowed on the desk. One coffee cup sat where I had left it, ring of brown at the bottom. The air felt slightly colder, like the door had been open recently. I looked at the monitor that showed the clinic waiting room, empty now. The chair by the window where the man had sat was vacant. I rewound the feed and watched the moment I had first seen him, then my arrival, then escorting him out. That all lined up with what I remembered. Then, I switched to the fourth-floor hallway camera. My stomach turned as I watched the feed. After I had followed him into the stairwell the first time, about 30 seconds passed where the hallway was empty. Then the door eased open just a crack. The man slipped out, moving low in the dark, and pressed himself into a dead corner under the camera, almost directly below it. You could barely see him, just a hint of motion at the bottom of the frame. He waited there, still and patient, while I cracked the door from the stairwell and peered out from the other end of the hall. If I had stepped even 3 feet farther into the corridor, I would have been in his reach. On the screen, I saw myself retreat back through the stair door. Then the man moved. He walked down the hall toward the elevator side, stepped into a blind patch between views, and disappeared for almost a minute. When he came back into view, he was holding something in his hand. I leaned closer. It was one of our spare key cards. The color stripe was hospital blue. He twirled it once between his fingers, then headed for the elevator. The next camera showed him stepping out at the basement level. He walked straight to the security office door. He did not hesitate, did not look around. He pulled a key card from his pocket, one of the spares from the pegboard, and swiped it. The little light blinked green. The feed switched to the interior camera and showed him walking in. For a long moment, he just stood behind my chair, looking down at the monitors, one hand resting lightly on the back. Then he sat. He watched the screens. He picked up the phone and dialed the emergency desk, held it to his ear, said nothing, then hung up. After that, he watched a few more seconds, stood, put the key card back on the pegboard in a different spot, and left, pulling the door gently closed behind him. The last view of him was from the camera at the loading dock exit. He used the badge on that door too, stepped out into the rain, and walked off toward the lower parking lot. No car on the cameras ever picked him up leaving. By the time police arrived, he was long gone. They reviewed the footage, took copies, and questioned everyone. No one recognized him. Housekeeping said they might have seen a man in a dark jacket earlier that week near the clinic, but could not be sure. Later, we traced the spare badge he used. It belonged to a nurse who had reported her card missing 3 days earlier. She thought she had misplaced it in her car. She had already gotten a replacement, but nobody had thought to deactivate the original yet. That meant, for 3 days, someone could move around our building at night with a valid badge if they had found it. The hospital brought in more cameras and changed protocols. No more unattended bags in the lobby. No more propped open doors. They added an extra guard to nights for a while. We all tried to act like we were just being careful. I lasted 2 more months before I quit. I told them it was because of the pay, but that was not the truth. The real reason is that I could not shake the image from that footage. The way he hid under the camera, as if he knew exactly where the blind spot was. The calm way he sat in my chair and watched my screens. The way he tested his access to the nursery door before choosing another route. When you work nights in a hospital, you know you are surrounded by sickness and crisis. You prepare yourself for angry relatives, for drunk patients, for confrontations. What I was not prepared for was someone who moved through all of that with quiet patience, who waited in the dark parts of the building where the sensors did not always click on, who sat in my seat just to see how much of his own reflection he could erase. People ask me sometimes why I still wake up at 3 in the morning and walk my apartment checking locks. I tell them about that night. Not about the chase in the stairwell or the soft closing doors, but about the footage of a stranger sitting where I should have been, watching every hallway I trusted, holding a badge that should have been disabled, and then leaving without a sound, confident that no one would ever really know what he came there to do. My name is Brian. I'm 34, and for almost 2 years I worked nights at a small train station called Ridley Junction. It was an old commuter stop on the outskirts of town. 2 platforms, a narrow tunnel under the tracks, a ticket lobby with cracked tile, and a small glass security booth where I spent most of my shifts. Ridley used to be busy decades ago, but by the time I worked there, it was mostly dead after 10. One last train came through at 11:20, and after that, the place sat empty until morning. Crews showed up. My job was to keep the building open for anyone catching the late train, patrol the platforms, and make sure nobody slept in the tunnel or hid in the bathrooms. Most nights were the same. A few college kids coming back from the city, a tired worker or two heading home from a late shift, then nothing but the hum of the fluorescent lights and the echo of passing freight trains far down the line. But there was one night that still sits in the back of my mind like a stain. It happened in early summer on a Friday, when the air was warm, but the platforms still felt cold after dark. I started my shift at 10, and everything felt normal for the first few minutes. The evening clerk, a skinny guy named Owen, handed me the keys and the radio, and told me about some minor maintenance issues. A light out on the east platform, a toilet that would not flush right. Nothing urgent. He left around 10:10, and I locked the main doors behind him. I walked my first round. The tunnel under the tracks had a damp smell, like soil and dust mixed with old graffiti paint. My footsteps echoed off the narrow walls. The east platform was empty except for a newspaper blowing across the concrete. The west platform had 2 people waiting for the 11:20, both staring at their phones and barely noticing me. I went back to the security booth and settled in. The booth had 4 cameras, one for each platform, one for the tunnel, and one for the ticket lobby. None had audio, just grainy footage in bad lighting. I poured a cup of burnt coffee from the old metal pot and watched the monitors with half attention. At 10:30-something flickered on the tunnel camera, a quick shape at the far end, near the stairs leading to the east side. I stared at the screen waiting for it to appear again. Nothing moved. The stairs were empty, the tunnel dim and still. Sometimes shadows from cars on the road above settled strangely in that camera, so I brushed it off. At 10:45, I checked the lobby camera. A tall man stood near the map on the wall. He wore a dark jacket and a blue ball cap. His back was to the camera, and he was standing too close to the map, as if he was reading something written in tiny print. His shoulders were stiff, unmoving. I could not remember hearing the lobby door open, but the booth was at the far end, so I sometimes missed quiet people. I watched him for a minute. He did not shift his weight or take out a ticket or check a schedule. He just stood there facing the wall like someone had frozen him. I clicked my radio. Nothing came through. Then I grabbed the flashlight and stepped out of the booth. The air on the platform felt cooler. The station lights buzzed overhead. I walked into the lobby with my steps echoing on the tile. The man was gone. The map was right where he had been standing, but there was nobody near it. The lobby was completely empty. I checked the bathrooms. Nothing. I went back into the lobby again and looked around slowly. The only exit besides the main doors was the tunnel. If he had gone toward the east platform, I would have seen him on the camera. If he had gone toward the west platform, the 2 waiting passengers would have noticed. I looked up at the corner where the lobby camera was mounted. The red light was blinking like normal. I stepped back into the booth and checked the footage. I rewound the last few minutes. There he was, plain as day, standing in front of the map. Then he simply was not. One frame he was there. The next frame, that part of the lobby was empty. No walking, no blur, no motion, just gone. A glitch, I told myself. That was easier to accept than anything else. At 11, the two people waiting for the last train boarded when it rolled in. The platform emptied, and the train pulled away with a metallic roar that slowly faded into the distance. After that, Ridley Junction was quiet. Too quiet. Even the road above seemed still. I sat in the booth and watched the cameras more carefully than usual. At 11:27, the tunnel camera flickered again. This time, there was no mistaking it. A man walked through the far end of the tunnel, not toward the stairs, just across the frame from left to right. His head was down, his hands in his pockets, his walk slow and heavy. What made it strange was that he did not come from either stairwell. The stairs were both clearly visible on camera. The left led up to the west platform, the right led up to the east platform. He came from neither. He entered the frame from a blank concrete wall that had no door, no opening, nothing but flat surface. My breath caught in my throat. I leaned closer to the screen. He walked with this dragging movement, as if his shoes were too heavy. I waited for him to reach one of the stairwells. Instead, he stopped halfway between them. Then he turned very slowly to face the camera. The footage got grainier when he turned. His face was shadowed under the cap. He stood there, staring up at the camera like he knew exactly where it was. Then, after a few seconds, he walked out of the frame toward the east stairs. But when I switched to the east platform camera, he never came out. The stairs stayed empty. My heart thudded hard in my chest. I told myself it had to be a delayed feed or bad wiring. Something technical. Something normal. I sat back in the chair, rubbed my eyes, and took a long drag of coffee trying to steady myself. At 11:40, the lobby camera blinked. I looked at it and froze. The man from the tunnel was standing at the exact same spot near the map where the first man had been earlier. Except now he was facing the camera directly. His hands were by his sides. His jacket looked damp, almost like it was steaming. I pushed myself out of the chair so fast I knocked the coffee over. I stepped out of the booth with my flashlight gripped tight. The lobby lights were dim, but not dim enough to hide someone standing there. I breathed shallow and walked in. Empty again. Completely empty. I stepped back to the door and looked both ways into the streets outside. No cars, no pedestrians. The night felt thick and heavy. I went back to the booth and checked the camera. Rewind, play, rewind, play. The clip was impossible. The man appeared in one frame and was gone in the next. No transition, no blur. On one of the rewinds, I caught something strange in the split second before he vanished. His head tilted to the side. His shoulders tightened, as if he had heard something behind him, something that made him leave very fast. At this point, I should have called someone. My supervisor, the transit police, anyone. But it was late, and I could not bring myself to say out loud what I thought I had seen. I told myself if anything else happened, I would make the call. At midnight, something else did happen. The west platform camera blinked twice. When it returned, the angle was slightly changed, like the camera had been touched. Nothing ever touched those cameras. They were bolted into the metal support beams. I watched the screen as the platform sat empty. The wind moved a paper cup across the concrete. Then a shadow crossed the far end of the platform. A long, thin shape cast across the ground. I leaned in closer, waiting for the person who made it to come into view. After a moment, the shadow bent, stretched, then froze. No person stepped into frame. No figure ever appeared. Just that frozen shadow, stretching across the platform. I stood up again. My skin felt cold even in the warm summer air. My hand shook. I scanned every camera for movement. The tunnel was empty. The lobby empty. Both platforms empty. But then something strange caught my eye. In the corner of the booth, on the small shelf beside the radio, sat a folded ticket. A single one-way paper ticket. I had not put it there. Owen had not left any such thing. The station did not even use paper tickets anymore, except in emergencies. My stomach twisted. The ticket was damp, as if someone had held it with sweaty hands. I reached for it slowly. The moment I touched it, my radio crackled with static. Not a voice, not a word, just a harsh burst of static that made me flinch. Then silence. I stared at the radio, then at the cameras again. Then the radio crackled once more. This time, There was a faint clicking sound, rhythmic, slow, like footsteps on concrete. I pressed the talk button and said for any units nearby to identify themselves. Nothing responded. The clicking continued, slow, metallic, growing louder. I checked the tunnel camera again. Empty. I checked the lobby. Still empty. Then the clicking stopped mid-sound. The radio went silent. I told myself I needed to do one more round before calling in. Just one. To prove the place was empty, that the radio interference and the footage were some technical fault. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of the booth. The air outside felt wrong. It had that charged feeling like a storm was about to break, though the sky above was clear. I descended the stairs into the tunnel. Every step echoed twice, like something below me copied the sound a beat later. The tunnel felt colder than usual. The dim yellow lights flickered overhead. Halfway through, I stopped. There on the floor was a shoe. A single black sneaker lying on its side. It looked worn, like it had been dragged across pavement. I nudged it with my boot. Something about it bothered me. A thin smear of mud on the toe. A small tear near the heel. It did not belong to anyone waiting for the last train earlier. I scanned the tunnel slowly. Then I felt a sudden drop in temperature, sharp enough that I could see my breath for a moment. The air went silent. No distant road noise. No wind. Just silence. I gripped my flashlight tighter and continued walking. The east stairs came into view. And something else. A man was standing at the top of the stairs. The man from the cameras. Cap low, jacket dark, shoulders rigid. He was turned sideways, as if listening for something on the street above. Then his head rotated toward me. Slow, steady, intent. I froze. My flashlight beam shook in my hand. I felt every muscle in my body lock. The man did not speak. He did not walk. He simply stood there watching me, still as stone. I forced myself to take one step back, then another. He did not move, but something about him made my heart slam against my ribs. Something about the stillness, like he was waiting for something specific. I stepped back into the center of the tunnel. The lights buzzed overhead. Then, in the blink of an eye, he was gone. I ran. I did not care about protocol. I sprinted through the tunnel, up the west stairs, and into open air. I bolted across the platform to the booth and slammed the door shut behind me. I grabbed the phone with shaking hands and called transit police. I told them someone had been inside the station and that he was hiding in the tunnel areas. I left out the details that made no sense. They arrived in 6 minutes. They searched the tunnels, platforms, lobby, bathrooms, tracks, every place a person could possibly hide. They found nothing. No footprints, no fresh mud, no sign of forced entry. But they did find one thing. A second shoe. It was placed neatly beside the first in the tunnel, almost lined up, almost deliberate. Nobody could explain it. Nobody ever claimed a missing person from that station. No reports of anyone matching the man in the cap. No record of him entering the building at any time. I finished the shift with an officer by my side. I quit a week later. I still think about that night. About the man who kept appearing only where the cameras failed. About how he moved with that strange, slow purpose. About how he seemed to listen for something I could not hear. About the radio clicks that sounded like footsteps coming closer. And about the one-way ticket that appeared beside my radio, damp and waiting, stamped with a destination that has not existed on our train system for over 40 years. My name is Daniel, and this happened to me 3 years ago when I was 29. At the time, I lived in a small rental house on the edge of town. It sat at the end of a dead-end street with a patch of woods behind the backyard. There were only 4 houses on the street, and the last streetlight was 2 houses down from mine. Past my fence there was nothing but trees and an old service road that hardly anyone used. The house had a big sliding glass door in the back that opened onto a small wooden deck and the yard. When I first moved in, that door was my favorite part of the place. I liked being able to see the trees and the sky from the kitchen table. After what happened, I started keeping the blinds closed almost all the time. That week, my girlfriend Megan was out of town visiting her sister. I worked from home doing remote tech support, so I was in the house for most of the day. Nights were usually quiet. The neighbors were older and went to bed early. Sometimes, I would hear a car on the service road behind the woods, but that was rare. The night it started, I remember feeling tired but calm. It was a Tuesday in early fall. The air had that first chill after a long summer. I had dinner alone, watched some videos, and then put a movie on in the living room. I left the porch light on in the back, but kept the blinds closed on the sliding door. Around 10:30 I heard what sounded like a light knock at the front door. Not the doorbell, just 2 quick taps. I paused the movie and listened. Nothing else. Another couple of taps. I got up, annoyed, thinking it was a delivery that came late. I looked through the little peephole. The front porch was empty. The street outside was still. No car in the drive. No person on the sidewalk. Just the yellow glow from the last streetlight 2 houses down. I wondered if I had imagined it. I opened the door a crack to listen and felt the cool air rush in. The bushes by the porch were still. No sound of footsteps walking away. The houses on either side looked dark. I shut the door and locked it again. I told myself it was probably a branch or the house settling. I went back to the couch and hit play. About 15 minutes later, I heard something from the back of the house. Not loud, just a faint scrape, like wood against wood. At first I tried to ignore it. Then it came again. A slower dragging sound, somewhere near the deck. I muted the movie. The hair on my arms stood up. The only way to reach the deck was through the side gate or from the woods behind the fence. The side gate was latched and heavy. It made a lot of noise when it opened. I had not heard that. I got up and walked toward the kitchen. The blinds on the sliding door were closed, but there were small gaps between the slats. As I stepped closer, I saw movement. The shadow of something tall passed across the slats, blocking the faint glow of the porch light for half a second. I stopped just before the door, heart beating fast. Someone was outside. I could not see them clearly, but the shape was there. I told myself it might be a neighbor checking something in the yard, even though they had never done that before. I swallowed and forced my voice to stay steady as I called out and asked who was there. Silence. I reached for the plastic rod on the blinds and turned it slowly. The slats rotated open. A man stood on my deck facing the door. He was only a few feet away from me, with the glass between us. He wore a dark hoodie with the hood up and a baseball cap under it. The porch light behind him cast his face in shadow, so I could not make out features, but I could see enough to know he was staring directly at me. For a second, we just looked at each other. My mind raced through every possible normal explanation. A neighbor in trouble. Someone who needed help. A drunk at the wrong house. I raised my voice and asked if he needed something. My throat felt dry. He did not answer. He did not move at all. He just stayed there with his hands at his sides, staring in. The longer he stood there without speaking, the more wrong it felt. I said I was going to call the police if he did not leave. He tilted his head slightly to one side, still looking at me. Then, without a word, he stepped backward into the darkness until only the faint outline of his hoodie remained. Then, that was gone too. I grabbed my phone and dialed the non-emergency line. I felt stupid saying the words out loud, but I told the dispatcher that someone had been standing on my back deck and that I lived alone backed up to the woods. I gave a description as best I could. She said she would send a unit to drive through the area. I stayed in the kitchen, staring through the glass, until I saw headlights crawl down the street out front. A patrol car slowed near my house, then kept going to the cul-de-sac, turned around, and rolled back past. I stepped to the front window and watched as it paused for a minute near my driveway, then continued on. No one came to the door. No one went around back. I did not sleep much that night. Every small creak sounded like a footstep outside. When I did finally fall asleep near dawn, I dreamed about faces pressed up against the glass. The next morning, everything looked normal. The deckboards were dry. The side gate was still latched. The yard was quiet. I almost convinced myself I had made the whole thing worse in my head than it really was. Around lunchtime, my neighbor to the left, a middle-aged woman named Carol, came over to ask if my internet was out. While we chatted, I mentioned the man on the deck, trying to downplay it. Her face changed. She said the night before, around 9, she thought she had heard someone walking through the rocks by the side of her house. She figured it was a cat or the wind. She told her husband, But by the time he checked, there was nothing there. Hearing that made my chest tighten. It was not just me. That evening I went out and checked the side yard more carefully. Near the fence line, in the patch of dirt where I had been meaning to plant some shrubs, I saw it. A partial footprint. Not clear enough for shoe brand, but clear enough to see the heel and the front of a sneaker. It pointed toward my backyard. I called the police again, and this time asked for an officer to come by. A young officer with a buzz cut showed up about an hour later. I showed him the footprint and told him about the man at the sliding door. He listened, took notes, and said they would add extra patrols through the neighborhood for a while. He said it might be kids trying to scare people. That night, I locked every door and window twice. I closed the blinds in every room. I left the porch light on and put a heavy metal bar in the track of the sliding door so it would not open, even if someone managed to undo the lock. It was quiet until around 11. I had the living room lights off and the television on low. Then I heard it. A faint tap on glass from the back of the house. Every nerve in my body went tight. I muted the television and held my breath. Another tap, like a fingernail on glass. I did not want to go back to that door, but I could not make myself ignore it. I picked up the flashlight from the coffee table and walked into the kitchen. The blinds on the sliding door were closed, but the porch light was still on. From where I stood, I could see a slight dark blur where someone might be standing. I flicked the flashlight on and off once, hoping to startle whoever was there. The tapping stopped. My hands shook, but I reached for the blind rod again and twisted it open in one quick motion. No one was on the deck. I stepped closer, pressing my face almost to the glass as I scanned the yard. The fence line, the trees, the corner by the grill. Nothing. The yard looked empty. Then I saw it. Near the bottom of the glass, just above the lock, there were 3 faint streaks where the condensation had been wiped away by fingers. Whoever had been tapping had rested their hand there. I jumped back and my heart hammered so hard I could hear it in my ears. I called 911 this time instead of the non-emergency number. I told the dispatcher that someone had just been at my back door again, tapping on the glass. She kept me on the line while I went to the front door and watched for patrol cars. Within 10 minutes, 2 cruisers pulled into the street. One officer came to the front. The other went around the side, toward the back with a flashlight. They walked the yard with me and checked the deck. The streaks on the glass were still visible. The officer shined his light along the fence and into the woods beyond. From the deck, you could see where the tree line started. Dense brush. An old chain-link fence almost buried in vines. He asked if I had heard any voice. I said no. Just tapping. He looked tired. He said again, it could be teenagers messing around. I wanted to believe that, but there was something too quiet and patient about the way the man had stood there the first night. They told me to call again if anything else happened. After they left, I dragged a chair into the bedroom and wedged it under the knob even though I knew it would not do much if someone really wanted in. I left a light on in the hallway. The third night was the worst. By then I was jumpy and a little sleep-deprived, but I still went through my routine. Check windows, check locks, bar in the sliding door, porch light on. Around 1 in the morning I woke up to a sound that took a few seconds to process. It was not tapping this time. It was a soft scraping, like fabric against wood, followed by a gentle thud, then another. It was coming from the side of the house. I grabbed my phone and crept into the hallway. The sound grew slightly clearer. Something or someone was moving along the exterior wall toward the back. I went into the bathroom and turned off the fan so I could hear better. The scraping passed under the bathroom window, then continued toward the kitchen. I felt trapped between wanting to see who it was and wanting to hide. My heart was beating so fast it hurt. I walked into the kitchen on bare feet, staying low, and positioned myself against the wall next to the sliding door. I did not open the blinds. Instead, I listened. The scraping stopped. There was a pause. Then I heard faint breaths. Not mine. Slow, close to the glass. I held my phone in one hand and opened the camera. I turned off the kitchen light and crouched down so I was below the level of the glass. My thumb hovered over the call icon for 911. The breaths continued. A soft fog spread across the lower part of the glass. Whoever was out there was standing inches from the door. I could not see him, but I could picture him in my mind. The hoodie, the cap, the stillness. Then came a quiet squeak from the track as he tested the door, trying to slide it. The metal bar I had put down stopped it from moving more than a fraction of an inch, but the sound of that attempt sent a spike of cold through me. I hit call. The dispatcher picked up, and I whispered my address and said someone was outside trying to open my back door. She told me to stay on the line and find a safe place inside. As I backed away from the door, there was a sudden, loud bang. The glass shuddered. Another bang followed. He was hitting the door now, testing its strength. My whole kitchen seemed to vibrate with each hit. I ran to the front hallway, still on the phone. I grabbed my car keys and thought briefly about going out to the car and leaving, but the idea of opening any door while he was out there made me feel sick. Then, as suddenly as it started, the banging stopped. The house went silent, except for my own ragged breathing. I crouched behind the couch with the phone pressed to my ear until I heard sirens in the distance. The dispatcher told me officers were almost there. I heard the siren cut off as they turned onto my street. I watched from the hallway window as 2 patrol cars and then a third pulled up. Officers moved quickly, spreading out around the house with flashlights drawn. One knocked at the front door and called my name. When I let them in, my hands were shaking so badly I dropped my keys. I told them everything while they searched the house room by room. Nothing inside was disturbed. The backyard was different. When we stepped out onto the deck, the officer nearest the door stopped and knelt down. On the wood just outside the sliding glass door were fresh scuff marks, as if someone had been dragging their shoes while pushing or kicking at the glass. Along the lower edge of the door frame, the paint was chipped and splintered in a small area. The lock mechanism had scratches on it. He shined his light along the fence line and into the woods again. This time his beam picked up something hanging from the old chain link. It was a scrap of black fabric caught on the metal. They widened the search. More officers arrived along with a canine unit. The dog led them down a faint path through the trees to the service road behind the property. There, in the dirt beside the road, they found a crushed cigarette pack and a few cigarette butts ground into the soil, still fresh. The officer came back and asked if anyone I knew smoked that brand. I said no. For the next hour they walked the woods and the road. They did not find the man, but they found more footprints in the soft ground, all leading back toward my fence. They took it seriously after that. The sergeant who came out told me that this was not kids messing around. Whoever it was had come back 3 nights in a row and had gone from watching to trying the lock to trying to force the door. Megan came home the next day after I called her in the middle of the night. We stayed at her sister's place for a week while I looked for a new apartment. I never spent another night alone in that house. About a month later, an officer called to follow up. They had arrested a man a few miles away who had been caught in someone else's backyard, watching through windows. When they searched his backpack, they found a small pry bar, a folding knife, and a black hoodie. He matched the general description I had given. He did not admit to anything at my house, and there was no hard proof, but the timeline fit. He had a record of breaking into houses that backed up to fields or wooded areas. He liked places where people thought no one would bother them. I still think about the way he stood on my deck that first night, silent and still, just watching through the glass. How he tapped on the door the next night, like he was checking if I would ignore him. How by the 3rd night he was hitting the glass hard enough to rattle the whole frame. Sometimes I wake up at night in my new place and have to get up and check every door and window. I know it is not the same house and not the same woods, but I remember what it felt like to stand inches away from that sliding glass door with only a pane of glass and a metal bar between me and a stranger who had decided I was worth coming back for. My name is Thomas, and this happened 6 years ago, when I was 30. I lived alone in a small rental house off a county road that cut through miles of farmland. The closest neighbor was 2 houses down. Most nights were quiet enough that I could hear the wind moving through the cornfields behind the backyard. It was the kind of place people picked when they wanted peace or when they wanted to disappear for a while. For a long time, I liked that quiet. Until one night, when someone stopped outside my house and would not leave. Back then, I worked late shifts at an auto shop, so I usually got home around 11:30. I kept my routine simple. I would reheat something to eat, take a shower, and watch a little TV before bed. I almost always left the porch light on because the driveway was long and had no street lights at all. If I turned it off, the entire front yard went pitch black. The night this started, it was early October. The weather was cool but not cold yet. I had just finished eating and was in the living room with the TV on low volume. It was around midnight when I heard what sounded like crunching gravel outside. Slow steps on my driveway. At first, I thought it was an animal. There were deer that wandered through sometimes. I muted the TV and listened. The steps came again, steady and deliberate, too heavy to be an animal. I walked to the front window beside the door and pulled the curtain back just an inch. I saw a faint figure standing at the gate of my driveway. A woman, tall, long hair, wearing a light-colored jacket that almost glowed under the porch light. She stood perfectly still, facing my house. No movement, no sound. She did not approach the door or walk away. She just stared. I assumed maybe she had broken down on the road and needed help. I turned on the porch light and cracked the door open an inch. I called out and asked if she was all right. No answer. I raised my voice. Asked again. Offered to call someone for her. Still nothing. She did not even shift her weight. Something about the way she stood there made my stomach twist. Her arms hung at her sides, stiff, like she was holding her breath and waiting for something. The porch light cast a shadow over her face, so I could not see any expression. I shut the door and locked it. I told myself it was probably someone confused or having a mental health issue. I picked up my phone to call the sheriff's office. They were the ones who handled things in our area. I told the dispatcher that a woman was standing at the end of my driveway and would not respond. The dispatcher said a deputy was nearby and would swing by. I went back to the window and peeked out. She had moved closer. Now, she was halfway up my driveway. Same posture, same silence, hands at her sides, head lifted toward the house. I stepped back from the window fast. My heart thudded in my chest. I had only looked away for maybe 30 seconds. She could not have walked that far that quietly without me hearing more footsteps. I waited in the hall until I saw headlights sweep across the yard. A sheriff's cruiser pulled in and stopped near the woman. The deputy got out and spoke to her. She turned toward him. I could not hear what was said, but I saw her raise one hand and point up the road, then down toward the ditch, then back at my house. The deputy asked her something else and she nodded slowly. He guided her to the patrol car. She got in without resistance. They drove away. The deputy called me afterward and explained that she seemed disoriented and said she was looking for her cousin's house but kept pointing in different directions that made no sense. They were taking her to the station to contact her family. I thanked him and went to bed, still feeling unsettled but relieved. The next night I got home at the usual time. Everything seemed normal. I ate dinner and watched some TV, trying to shake the unease from the night before. Around 1 in the morning I decided to call it a night. I brushed my teeth and turned off the living room light. As I walked past the front window, something caught my eye. A faint shape near the end of the driveway. I froze. My heart started pounding in my ears. It was her again. Same jacket, same posture, same stillness. I stood there, staring through the small crack in the curtain. She was turned directly toward the house. The porch light wasn't on this time, so she was mostly a silhouette against the dim glow of the sky. I stepped back and tried to calm myself down. I grabbed my phone and called the sheriff's office again. The dispatcher asked if she was doing anything threatening. I said no, but she had come back after being picked up the night before and that she was just standing there, staring at my house. This time, it took almost 20 minutes for a cruiser to arrive. I watched from the window as the deputy pulled in and got out. The woman did not move. When the deputy approached her, she turned her head slowly. They talked for a long time. At one point, the deputy shined his light toward my house, and I stepped back from the window. He eventually guided her into the car again and drove away. The next morning, the same deputy came to my house and explained that she had indeed been released home the previous night. She lived with her adult daughter in a town about 8 miles away. She had no car, no license, and no reason anyone could figure out for wandering to my property. He told me she had a history of wandering when stressed, and that the daughter promised to keep a closer watch on her. I tried to let it go, tried to convince myself it was a strange coincidence, but I could not shake the feeling that she had not been confused. The way she looked at the house felt purposeful, too focused. That night I kept the porch light on and every curtain closed. Around midnight I was in the bedroom when I heard something outside. Soft crunching gravel, then a quiet dragging sound, like a foot being pulled slightly across the driveway. I did not go to the window this time. I crawled across the floor to the front hallway and listened. Another step, then another. Slow and careful. She was back. I could feel it. Not because of the footsteps, but because of the silence that followed. I could almost feel her staring at the house again. I waited for headlights, for the deputy to arrive, for anything. But no patrol cars came this time. After about 15 minutes of silence, there was a new sound, a whisper of movement near the side of the house, leaves shifting, a soft scrape near the siding. She was walking along the side yard. A chill ran through me. My bedroom window was on that side. I crawled back to the bedroom and stayed below the level of the sill. The air outside was still, but I could hear faint breathing through the glass. Slow, heavy, just inches away. I clutched my phone but did not want to speak out loud. I typed a text to the sheriff's number the dispatcher had given me earlier and hit send. It took a long time for a reply. All the while that breathing stayed close. Sometimes it faded, then it came back stronger. At one point I heard a gentle tap on the window pane. Once, then again. Finally my phone vibrated. A deputy was coming. The breathing stopped about 30 seconds before I saw headlights sweep across the wall. The deputy knocked on my front door and I let him in. He walked the house with me and checked the windows and the yard. He found footprints along the side of the house. Bare footprints, a woman's size. They led from the driveway to my bedroom window, then to the backyard, then disappeared into the field. They searched the area for hours that night but did not find her. The next day the sheriff himself called to update me. The woman's daughter said her mother had vanished from the house sometime before midnight. The door had been found unlocked. She must have walked the 8 miles again. She was found later that afternoon sitting on a fallen tree off the service road, half a mile from my house. When deputies approached her, she asked if the man in the yellow house was home. My house was pale yellow. They took her to a psychiatric facility for evaluation. For a long time, everything was quiet. I tried to put it behind me, bought new locks, put up brighter lights, slept with a heavy flashlight next to the bed. Then one evening in early winter, I came home from work and saw something sticking under my front doormat. A folded piece of lined paper. Inside was a single sentence written in small, shaky handwriting. It said she would come back once the nights grew warm again. I moved out 1 week later. I never saw her again, but sometimes at night when I wake up and look out the window, I still half expect to see someone standing in the driveway, just barely visible in the glow of the porch light, waiting without moving, without speaking, without ever explaining why they chose my house out of all the houses on that long empty road. My name is Eric, and this happened 4 years ago, when I was 31 and living in a 2-story rental with a finished basement. The house sat on a sloped lot, so the basement windows were ground level in the back. You could stand outside and look straight in if you really wanted to. I never thought much about that when I moved in. I should have. The neighborhood was quiet. Families, older couples, a few houses that looked empty most of the time. My place backed up to a narrow walking trail with a row of overgrown bushes on each side. It sounded peaceful when I signed the lease. In the fall, it became something else entirely. At night, the trail turned into a dark corridor where the wind moved through the leaves, just enough to make you think someone was walking on the other side. Back then, I worked from home in tech support. Long nights, staring at a screen, answering calls from people who could not get their printers to connect. I used the basement as my office because it stayed cool and quiet. It had a long desk, a couch, and a small bathroom. 2 ground-level windows faced the trail behind the yard. I kept the blinds half closed during the day. At night, I usually shut them all the way. Usually? The night this started, I was finishing the last call of my shift around 11:45. I remember because I was impatient and ready to shut everything down. As I talked, I kept hearing something outside. A soft noise, a kind of rhythm, almost like someone brushing their hand across the bushes behind the window. I muted my mic and listened. Nothing. Then the noise came again, a slow dragging sound through leaves. I pictured a stray cat walking along the path. When I unmuted and finished the call, the noise had stopped. I shut off my computer, stretched, and walked upstairs. I brushed my teeth and fell asleep fast. A quiet night. Nothing else. The next night I was back in the basement around 10. I had the blinds halfway closed, but one of the windows still had a sliver open at the bottom where I had forgotten to tilt the blinds fully. I barely noticed it at the time. I was tired and just trying to get through the shift. Around 10:50, I heard the noise again. A slow brushing sound. Then a tapping noise. Light, almost polite. I turned in my chair and looked at the window. Through the small sliver at the bottom, I saw darkness and nothing else. I stood and walked closer. The tapping stopped immediately. I waited. Nothing. I told myself it was branches blown by the wind. I closed the blinds the rest of the way, returned to my chair, and tried to focus again. When my shift ended around midnight, I walked upstairs and shut off the basement lights. As I turned toward the stairs, I caught a faint glimpse of movement outside the window through the darkened blinds. A shadow shifting. Too tall to be an animal, too still to be wind. By the time I stepped closer, it was gone. I barely slept. The third night is when the fear took on weight. I started my shift feeling wired and uneasy. I shut the blinds tightly before I even turned on the computer. I kept checking the windows every few minutes without meaning to. The basement felt colder than usual. At 11:20, the brushing sound returned. Slow, repetitive, consistent. This was not wind. This was someone moving along the bushes slowly, deliberately. I stood up. My legs felt stiff. I moved to the window and pressed my ear against the wall next to it. The brushing stopped. Silence. Then I heard a single footstep. Heavy, slow, right outside the window. I backed away from the blinds. My throat was dry. I grabbed the flashlight I kept near the desk and turned off the basement lights, so whoever was out there could not see me clearly. Trying to breathe quietly, I crouched and lifted one corner of the blinds. Just an inch, enough to see. Someone was standing outside. A man. Not moving, not leaning, just standing directly in front of the window, staring in. His face was inches from the glass. The porch light from the back door barely reached the yard, so only the outline of his head and shoulders were lit by the faint glimmer of the trail lights behind him. His face was almost entirely shadowed, but I could see the shape of his eyes. Open, focused, watching. I dropped the blinds and stumbled backward. My hand shook as I tried to unlock my phone. Before I could dial 911, another sound came from outside. A low breath, barely audible, but unmistakably human, right outside the glass. I forced myself to move. I ran upstairs, locked the basement door, and called the police. I told them a man was standing at my basement window, watching me. They told me to stay inside, and they would send someone immediately. I waited by the kitchen window, staring out into the backyard. After what felt like forever, I saw the beams of flashlights cutting across the fence line. Officers walked the yard, checked the bushes, even followed the trail for a bit. They found no one. I told them what I saw. They asked if I could describe the man. I told them only that he was tall, wearing a dark hoodie, and that he stood very still. They flashed their lights all over the bushes behind the basement windows, but found no footprints, no signs of forced entry, nothing disturbed enough to prove someone had been there. They suggested maybe I saw a reflection, or a shadow, or someone passing by on the trail who kept walking. I knew what I saw. That man was inches from the window. He was not passing by. He was facing the house, waiting, watching. They did a final sweep and left. I slept on the couch upstairs that night with the lights on. The next day, I checked the area behind the basement windows in daylight. The ground was packed dirt with patches of dead leaves. There were marks, but nothing clear. The bushes had some broken branches, but that could have been from wind or animals. That night, I almost considered calling out of work, but I did not want to admit to myself that the basement scared me. I told myself the police had checked everything and no one was there. At 10:30, I went downstairs. I left the upstairs door open because I did not want to feel boxed in. I sat at my desk and kept the blinds closed tight. I tried to focus on work, but every small sound made me flinch. At 11:15, the brushing sound started again. Slow, methodical, coming from the right window this time. My pulse raced. I stood quietly and turned off my monitor so the light would not show through the blinds. The brushing moved from the right window to the left. Something was moving along the outside wall. I grabbed the flashlight again and slowly approached the left window. My hands shook so much the beam and the light trembled inside the glass. I got close enough to place my ear against the wall. Breathing. Quiet, but clear. Someone was right outside. Then something tapped the window once. Just once. A single deliberate tap. I backed away, heart racing, and reached for my phone. Before I dialed, I heard something that froze me in place. The basement window latch jiggled, lightly. Then again, someone was testing the lock. I ran upstairs and locked the basement door again. I could hear nothing now but my own breathing. I called 911 and told them whoever had been outside last night was back and trying the window. They sent officers again. This time I met them at the front door before they even knocked. 2 of them swept the house, and 2 searched the yard again. The one in charge told me something that drained the blood from my face. They found impressions under the left basement window. Kneeling impressions. A person had been kneeling there for several minutes. They looked around for shoe prints, but the ground was too dry. Still, kneeling marks meant this was real. It meant someone had been crouched right outside, staring in at me. They told me to keep the basement blinds closed, lock all windows, and if it happened again, to call immediately. They also suggested installing cameras if I could. I barely slept again. The following night, I decided not to work in the basement. I brought my laptop upstairs and set up at the kitchen table. I kept the basement door locked. But around 11:50, as I sat in the quiet house trying to focus on work, I heard it again. The brushing sound, but not from the basement this time. From the side of the house, moving toward the living room windows. My heart sank. He had moved to the upper windows. I turned off the living room light and waited. Slowly, I approached the side window, staying low. I lifted the curtain just enough to see out. There was a silhouette standing near the bushes by the corner of the house, tall, still, facing the window. I dropped the curtain quietly and stepped away. Another tap on the glass behind me. The living room window. A slow, deliberate tap. I moved to the front hallway. I called 911 again. My voice shook so badly I could barely get my address out. The dispatcher told me to stay away from the windows and wait for the officers. Outside, the tapping moved along the windows. Living room, then dining room, then kitchen. As if he was walking all along the house perimeter, checking every window. The footsteps stopped right outside the kitchen. Then came the slow breathing again. I grabbed a kitchen knife and backed into the hallway. Every light in the house felt too bright. Every shadow felt like it was watching me. When the officers arrived, the footsteps vanished. They found nothing again except for a new set of kneeling impressions. This time, below the living room window. That was it for me. I spent the rest of the night at a friend's place. The next morning, I talked to my landlord, gave notice, and started packing. I moved out within 2 weeks. About a month later, I got a call from the officer who had handled the reports. They had arrested a man loitering near the trail behind my old house. He had a record of peeping, stalking, and unlawful entry. He matched the height and build I had described. When they searched the area where he had been hiding, they found a small, worn backpack with gloves, a mask, and a screwdriver. They also found a notebook with sketches of houses. Mine was one of them. The officer told me I had probably left just in time. He never said it directly, but I could hear it in his voice. This man was not just watching. He had been planning something. To this day, I cannot stand basements with ground-level windows. I keep every blind in my apartment closed tight after dark. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind moves through the bushes outside my building, I still hear that soft brushing sound and feel certain that if I looked out, someone would be kneeling there in the dark just inches from the glass, staring in at me, patient as ever. My name is Ryan, and this happened when I was 30 years old. I worked nights as a radiology tech at a small hospital outside the city. I did x-rays and CT scans. If someone in the emergency room needed imaging, they called me. If a nurse needed a portable chest x-ray on the third floor at 3 in the morning, I was the one pushing the machine down the hall while everyone else tried to stay awake. Our hospital was not huge, but it had a strange layout. The emergency room and radiology were on the first floor, along with an old wing that had been mostly closed for years. They still used 1 or 2 rooms for storage, but the rest of that wing sat dark and empty at night. No patients, no staff, just long halls and quiet doors. The main part of the hospital stayed bright and loud until around midnight. After that, it was mostly nurses, respiratory therapists, a doctor or two, housekeeping, and people like me. Security had 1 guy on duty for the whole building. Sometimes there were more cops outside in the parking lot than actual security inside. At first, I liked the quiet of nights. No family members pacing around, no constant overhead pages. It was just the hum of the machines, the squeak of wheels on tile, and the rhythm of my own routine. It stopped feeling peaceful after the night I saw someone standing in the closed wing where no one belonged. It was a Tuesday in late November, the kind of cold that made your breath hang in the air when you stepped outside for a break. Inside, the hospital stayed dry and warm, smelling like disinfectant and stale coffee. My shift was from 7 at night to 7 in the morning. By 11, everything had finally slowed down. I had just finished a CT scan on a trauma patient. They rolled him out, and I went to wipe down the table. When I finished, I stepped into the hall to push the empty stretcher back to the bay. Down the corridor, I could see the entrance to the old wing, a pair of double doors with narrow glass panes. The lights in that wing were supposed to stay off at night. Through the glass, I saw someone standing in the middle of the hallway, beyond the doors. It was a person in a light patient gown, bare legs, bare feet on the tile. Their head was tilted slightly, like they were listening for something. They were just far enough away that I could not see the face clearly. My first thought was that someone from the medical floor had wandered down and gotten lost. Confused patients did that sometimes. I left the stretcher where it was and walked toward the doors. As I got closer, I called out and asked if they were all right and what room they were from. The person did not move. They did not even startle like people usually do when you catch them in a place they know they should not be. They just stayed there in the shadows of that dead hallway. When I reached the doors and pushed one open, the overhead motion sensor should have turned the lights on. Instead, it clicked and flickered, then came on dimly, only halfway down the hall. In that second, when the lights came up, the hallway was empty. No patient, no sound of footsteps, no fading gown disappearing around the corner, just closed doors and old bulletin boards with faded notices from years ago. I walked in anyway. The air felt cooler in that wing. I could hear the faint hum of the building, but it seemed muffled, like the walls were thicker here. The floor was clean, but the smell was different. Dust and chemicals and something else. I checked the first few doors. One led to a supply room with stacks of old equipment. Another was locked. At the third door, I stopped. The clipboard hanging beside it had a chart on it. That made no sense. That room had not housed a patient since before I started working there. I flipped the top page over. The clip held a blank stack of forms. The front sheet had only one thing written on it. My eyes caught my own name scrawled at the top where it should have said a room number. The spelling was exact. I stared at it for a second, feeling the hairs on my arms rise. Then I heard a soft sound farther down the hallway, the quiet creak of a door slowly closing. I put the chart back and moved toward the sound. The light only reached halfway. Beyond that was a stretch of dim blue from the exit sign at the end. I could not see anyone. I decided I had gone far enough. This was not technically my area. I backed out, pushed through the double doors into the normal bright hallway, and felt the strange cool air drop away. At the radiology desk, I told the charge nurse about what I had seen And about the chart with my name on it. She raised her eyebrows and said housekeeping had been using one of the old rooms to store extra linen. She said they probably grabbed an old clipboard. She also reminded me that I had joked about people haunting that hallway the week before and that maybe I was starting to spook myself. It bothered me that she had an easy answer. It bothered me more that it did not feel right. The next night I told myself I was not going to let my imagination mess with me. I focused on my scans and on the routine. Around 2 in the morning, things had quieted down again. I took a portable machine up to the 3rd floor for a chest x-ray. On my way back to the department, I took the elevator down and rolled the machine past the old wing doors. As I passed, I heard something from inside. A soft electronic ding. The sound of a call light being pressed. Patients press call lights from their beds. The light turns on above the door and the sound goes to the nurse station. In this case, there were no patients and no nurses in that wing. Still, I heard it. A clear, short chime from deeper inside. I stopped pushing the machine. All at once the hall felt longer, the light harsher. I stepped closer to the doors and listened. Nothing at first, just the hum of the building. Then the chime sounded again. I pushed the door open and leaned in. The air again felt cooler. Still, the lights came on in the first section of the hall, flickered, and then steadied. At the far end of the wing, over one of the closed doors, a small call light glowed red. There was no power to any of the beds back here, as far as I knew. No staff were assigned, no orderlies. Yet the light was on. It went dark, then came on again, as if someone inside the room was pressing the button over and over. I pushed the portable X-ray machine aside and walked down the hallway. With every step, my chest got tighter. I passed the room that had the chart with my name. The clipboard was gone. When I reached the door with the active light, I hesitated. The room number plaque was cracked. The door itself was slightly ajar. The cycle of the call light stopped the moment my fingers touched the handle. I pushed it open. There was a bed in the center of the room with no sheets. A broken chair in the corner. An old vital signs monitor unplugged against the wall. The bed rails were up. Someone had been there recently. On the little bedside table lay a paper hospital bracelet. It was curled slightly from age or heat. The printed name had faded, but the date of birth under it had not. It was the year I was born. I picked it up. The plastic was still warm from the room. Behind me, out in the hall, I heard familiar, squeaky wheels. My heart jumped. For a second I thought someone had moved my portable machine. I stepped back out into the hallway. The portable X-ray unit sat where I had left it. The double doors to the main hall were still closed. The squeaking sounds continued, but the machine did not move. The sound seemed to come from somewhere above or below, like someone was pushing a stretcher across a surface that was not there. I backed away, pushed the machine out with me, and got out of that wing as fast as I could, without breaking into a run. When I got back to the desk, I tried to explain it to one of the security guys. His name was Kenny. He worked nights and took his job seriously. I told him about the call light and the bracelet. He frowned and said there were still electrical lines running through that wing, and sometimes weird feedback triggered things. As for the bracelet, he said supply probably dumped extra junk in there. I almost believed him until I reached into my scrub pocket to show him the bracelet and found something else. It was not the bracelet. It was a folded napkin from the cafeteria with my name written in thick marker across the front. I felt my face get hot. I never wrote my name on napkins. I had no reason to. Kenny watched my expression change and asked what was wrong. I handed him the napkin with a shaking hand. He looked at it, looked back at me, and shrugged. He asked if someone was playing a prank on me. That idea appealed to me more than the alternatives. It meant this was human, fixable. I started thinking about the few people who knew me well enough to bother. Maybe Mark from night shift. Maybe one of the nurses. For the next few nights, I kept my head down. I stayed out of the closed wing. I still heard things sometimes. Soft rolling sounds in the walls. A distant call light that would start and stop for no reason. The real shift happened on a Sunday morning around 4. I was alone in the CT room finishing up a scan on an older man. His daughter waited in the hallway by the door with a worried look. She had that hollow expression people get after too many nights in fluorescent light. I slid the patient out of the scanner and went to help the nurse disconnect the IV. As we worked, I realized the older man was staring at the ceiling with wide eyes. His lips were moving. I asked if he was in pain. He shook his head slowly. His voice came out dry and rough. He asked why there was a man behind the glass. The only people behind the glass were my coworker Mel and me. At that moment, Mel was taking a break in the staff room, and I was standing right next to the bed. I asked him what he meant. He turned his head with effort and looked straight at the control room window. He said the man in the hospital gown standing in the back corner had been there the whole time, watching. He asked why the man never blinked. A chill went down my spine. I knew there was no one in that room. After we rolled him out, I closed the control room door and sat in the chair. My hands were clammy on the keyboard. I stared into the room for a long time, daring myself to see something. Nothing moved. I tried to write it off as delirium. He was sick, on meds, exhausted. Of course he might see things. Then I checked the timestamp on the scan images. It had started at 3:58. Right around the time I had heard footsteps above us. Heavy footsteps directly above the CT room, pacing the length of the floor. I had assumed it was someone in the hallway, outside radiology. But the layout of the hospital suddenly clicked in my mind. Directly above radiology was the old wing. That connection sat in my mind like a weight. The next night, I finally decided I was done being spooked without answers. I asked Kenny if he would walk the closed wing with me on his round. At first, he brushed it off. Then he saw I was serious and agreed. We waited till around 3:15 when things were slow. He met me by the double doors. He had a large flashlight and his radio. I had my badge and a nervous feeling in my stomach. We stepped into the wing together. The motion sensors turned the lights on in sections. It was brighter tonight, but somehow that made it worse. The emptiness was more obvious. We walked past the rooms one by one. Most were empty except for old beds and equipment under sheets. At the door where I had seen the call light, Kenny stopped and checked the panel. The bulb above the door was burned out now. Inside, the room looked the same. Bare bed, broken chair, the old monitor against the wall. No bracelet on the table. No obvious signs of anyone living there. We moved down toward the far end, where the exit sign glowed. There was a door on the left that I had never noticed before. It looked like a utility closet. No window, just a plain door with a faded sticker that said staff only. Kenny tried the handle. It did not budge. He frowned and dug out his keyring. Most of the doors in the hospital used badge access by then, but the old wing still had real locks. As he tried keys, I heard something from the other side. A small sound, like a quick breath being sucked in, followed by a scrape against the door. I stepped back, adrenaline kicking through my chest. Kenny froze and looked at me. We both heard it. He finally found a key that turned. The lock clicked. He opened the door a few inches and shined his flashlight in. The smell hit us first. Stale sweat, old food, something sour underneath the chemical cleaner. Inside was not a closet. It was a small utility room with pipes overhead and a concrete floor. A mattress lay on the ground against the wall. There was a blanket, some empty water bottles, food wrappers, and a plastic bag full of clothes. Someone had been living in there. Kenny cursed under his breath and called it in on his radio. As he spoke, I took a step inside and shined my own smaller light around. On the wall above the mattress, lines of writing covered the paint. Names, dates, room numbers. My name was written there. My full name, first and last, circled in dark ink. Under it, the word nights. On the floor beside the mattress was a stack of old charts. Every one had been pulled from rooms in the closed wing. Some were years old. All of them had patient labels peeled off, leaving blank spaces where names should have been. There was another sound then. A soft thud behind us in the hallway. We both spun around. A figure was running down the corridor toward the exit at the far end. Bare feet slapped the floor. A hospital gown flapped open in the back. Kenny shouted and took off after him. I stood frozen for a second, then followed. The man reached the emergency exit door and slammed into it, trying to push through. Kenny tackled him from behind just as the door alarm began to blare. The man struggled and screamed. He was thin but wiry, bones sharp under his skin. His hair was matted. His eyes were wide and unfocused. He kept yelling that he needed his room back, that we had taken his chart, that he wanted his nights. Other staff came running. They helped hold him down until more security, and finally, city police arrived. They restrained him and took him out on a stretcher, still shouting about the closed rooms and the people who walked at night. We learned later that he had been a patient years before on one of the psych units in the same building before it moved to a newer facility. He had been discharged, vanished into the streets, and somehow found his way back. For months he had been slipping in through an old service entrance near the loading dock and living in the unused wing. He knew the building well enough to avoid cameras. He watched staff routines. He learned which rooms were never checked. He liked the nights best, when the halls were quiet and the call lights did not ring as often. The notebook they found with his things had lists of staff who worked nights, first names mostly. Mine was the only one with both names, circled. I had no idea why. Maybe I walked past his hallway more than others. Maybe I was the first one to look directly at him. After they removed him, administration shut that wing down completely. New locks, new security patrols, cameras in the stairwells. The rooms were emptied out and sealed. I kept working nights for another 6 months. I never heard a call light from that wing again. I never saw a face in the glass. But sometimes, around 3 or 4 in the morning, when the hospital went very quiet, I could still feel eyes on my back as I pushed the portable X-ray machine past those closed doors. It was not ghosts that had scared me. It was the realization that for weeks, maybe months, a real man had been standing inches away from me, behind thin walls and thin glass, watching me work, learning my name, making plans in the dark while the rest of us walked by thinking that part of the hospital was empty. My name is Caleb, and this happened when I was 32 years old, working nights as a patient transporter at a mid-sized hospital. My job was simple: move patients from their rooms to radiology, take them back, bring specimens to the lab, and respond to whatever the nurses needed. I walked miles of hallways every shift, so I knew the building better than most people who worked there. The hospital had 5 floors. The 5th was offices and storage. Most of it shut down after 6 at night. A few lights stayed on, but the whole floor took on a strange, hollow feeling after hours. When the air handlers kicked on, the vents made long metallic groans through the ceiling. If you were up there alone, it never felt like you were the only person on the floor. I used to tell myself it was just the building settling, until the night I found out I was wrong. That shift started like any other. I clocked in at 7 and immediately got sent to the 3rd floor to pick up a patient for a CT scan. The night staff were already tired. The nurse handed me the chart and joked that I should switch careers while I was still young enough to do it. The halls were quiet, except for the occasional call light ping. The elevators rattled like always. Everything felt normal. Around 9:30, my radio crackled, and I was told to bring a specimen to the lab on the 1st floor. I took the back stairwell because it was faster. When I reached the landing between the 4th and 5th floor, I heard something strange above me, a slow dragging sound, like something heavy sliding across the floor overhead. That should not have been possible. The 5th floor was locked at night. Nobody worked up there except day shift staff. Housekeeping didn't clean it until mornings. There was no reason for anyone to be walking around, let alone dragging something. I froze on the landing and listened. The dragging sound came again, followed by a soft thump, then another, slow, irregular, not like someone moving equipment, more like footsteps, heavy and uneven. I told myself it was pipes or the air system. I kept going down the stairs and forced myself not to think about it. Hours passed. Quiet, smooth shift, nothing strange. Around 1 in the morning, I was sent to bring a wheelchair from the 5th floor storage. Usually that job went to day shift, but night shift still had keys, and we sometimes needed extra equipment when the emergency room got backed up. I didn't really want to go up there after what I'd heard earlier. but it was part of the job. I took the elevator up. As soon as the doors opened on the 5th floor, the temperature dropped. The hallway lights were dim, spaced far apart. The air was colder, almost stale. Dust glimmered in the light beams. The entire floor smelled faintly like old carpet and cleaning fluid. I stepped out, closed the elevator gate behind me, and listened. Silence. The 5th floor had 2 long hallways and a small break area that had been shut down years before. What I needed was a storage room at the far end. I walked slowly, pushing my handcart. I kept glancing at the office doors I passed. Each one had a foggy window panel. Most were dark. A few had emergency lights glowing through them. Halfway down the hallway, I noticed something off. A door that should have been locked was cracked open. It was the mechanical room, the ventilation room. Nobody had business in there except maintenance. Metal cabinets lined the walls inside, and the giant air handler units filled most of the space. Even during the day, it was loud and claustrophobic. The door sat open just an inch. Light from inside spilled onto the carpet in a thin line. I stopped walking. My breath felt caught in my throat. No one was supposed to be in that room at night. I stood there, trying to convince myself to walk past it, grab the wheelchair, and get off this floor. But the longer I stared at the door, the more wrong it felt. As I watched, the door moved. Not much, just a slow shift, like someone inside had bumped against it lightly. My chest tightened. I backed away without taking my eyes off the door. Then I forced myself down the hall, grabbed the wheelchair from the storage room, and turned around. The mechanical room door was now wide open. My entire body went cold. I must have stood frozen for a long time because the hum of the air system felt louder than usual, filling the hallway with a low vibration. I tried to swallow, but my throat was dry. I pulled out my radio and whispered for security to come to the 5th floor. The dispatcher asked what was wrong. I said I heard movement inside the mechanical room. She said someone would be there soon. I did not want to go any closer, but I also did not want to stand still. My instincts told me to leave. Now, I started backing toward the elevator, pulling the wheelchair behind me. I kept my eyes on the open door. Then someone inside spoke. A man's voice. Low. Calm. Too calm. He said quietly, "You're early." My heart dropped into my stomach. My legs felt like they changed weight. He spoke again, louder this time, but still too calm. "Come here." I turned and ran for the elevator. Not a jog, not a fast walk, a full sprint. My shoes squeaked on the tile. The air felt thick as I tried to breathe. I jabbed the elevator button. The doors opened after one agonizing second. I pushed the wheelchair in, slammed the gate shut, and hit the button for the 1st floor. As the elevator started to move, something hit the metal gate from the other side. A sharp metallic bang that echoed through the elevator shaft. I jumped back so hard I hit the wall. The elevator rattled as it dropped floors. When the doors opened on the 1st floor, an officer was waiting for me. My hands were shaking. I told him everything I heard. He and another officer rode the elevator back up while I waited in the lobby with a nurse who had seen my face and immediately pulled me into a chair. They took almost 20 minutes. When the officers came back down, they looked tense. They told me the mechanical room door had been open when they arrived, but nobody was inside. They checked every corner. Nothing. But they also found something. A makeshift bed. Someone had put a stack of old blankets behind one of the large air units. Next to it, a small pile of food wrappers, an empty water jug, a duffel bag. Someone had been living in that room for a long time. The officers also found something else. A journal notebook. Inside were pages and pages of handwritten notes, lists of times, descriptions of staff members, what routes they took, what time they patrolled, what time they went on break. Some names were underlined. My name was on the last page. The note next to it read, 1 a.m. Alone. Comes to 5th. I felt my stomach twist. My vision went light for a moment. The officers kept the notebook. They cut the lock to the old service stairwell door that connected to the outside and found signs that someone had been using it to come and go without being noticed. Footprints. Mud. Old shoe prints tracked inside. They told me maintenance must have missed the signs. Someone had been living inside the ventilation room for weeks or months, sleeping there, hiding there, watching us on our rounds. I asked about the voice I heard. They said people who squat in buildings often panic when found. Maybe he tried to scare me into leaving him alone. But that was the thing. The voice I heard was not panicked. It was steady, confident, like he knew me, like he had been expecting me to show up in that hallway at that time. I told my supervisor I didn't feel safe working nights anymore. She understood. Within a few weeks, I transferred to the day shift. I never went back to the 5th floor again. The hospital added cameras. They added alarms. They sealed off the service stairwell. But nothing they did took away the memory of that voice coming from a dark room where no one should have been. I still remember exactly how he said it. "You're early," like someone who had been watching me long enough to know my schedule better than I did. Like someone who had been waiting in the dark for the exact moment he thought I would walk through that door. My name is Mitchell, and I was 33 when this happened. I worked nights as a patient sitter in a regional hospital. If a patient was confused or at risk of falling or pulling out lines, I sat in their room for the entire shift. 12 hours of watching, listening, and staying alert while the rest of the floor tried to sleep or keep itself together. Some nights were easy. Others were long stretches of darkness, broken only by call lights and the occasional overhead announcement. But nothing prepared me for the night I was assigned to room 417. When the charge nurse handed me the sheet for my assignment, she hesitated. "You'll be in 417 tonight," she said. "The patient can get agitated, so try to keep things calm." I asked what kind of agitation she meant. She said the patient, an older man named Frank, had been transferred over after a medication reaction. He was confused, easily startled, and sometimes said he saw people in the room who were not there. That should have been enough of a warning. It wasn't. The shift started like any other. Nurses were doing med passes, monitors beeped softly behind closed doors, and housekeeping pushed their carts down the dim hallway. I walked into room 417 around 7:15 with my clipboard and a fake smile I always used to make people feel comfortable. The room was dark, except for one small lamp near the wall. The sink dripped rhythmically. A portable oxygen tank hummed beside the bed. The man lying there looked frail, but alert. His eyes followed me as I stepped inside. "You're new," he said, voice gravelly. I explained I'd be sitting with him through the night to help keep him safe. He nodded, but looked past me toward the doorway like he expected someone else to walk in behind me. The first few hours were uneventful. He dozed off, woke up, muttered something about the air being too dry, then drifted again. Around 10:30 he woke up suddenly, breathing hard, gripping the railing. "He's back," he whispered. I leaned forward. "Who is?" He pointed to the corner by the bathroom door. "The man who keeps coming in." No one was there. I told him it was just his mind playing tricks on him. He shook his head firmly. "No, he watches from the corner. Then he goes behind the curtain. Sometimes he stands by the sink. I can hear him breathing." The hairs on my arms lifted a little. Delirium was normal. That part didn't scare me. It was how sincerely he said it. How his eyes tracked that dark corner like he truly saw someone standing there. I turned on the brighter overhead light. The empty walls and cabinets glowed into normality again. No one was in the corner. No shadow that didn't belong. He relaxed a little and laid back. Midnight passed quietly. I sat in the chair at the foot of the bed, filling in my notes, sipping stale coffee. Floor 4 at night always felt strange. Too many closed rooms, too many silent beds. Some nights it felt like the whole building leaned in to listen to the smallest sounds. At 1 in the morning, Frank woke again. This time his eyes were wide and sharp. He stared past my shoulder. "He's behind you now." My chest tightened. I turned slowly, but the room was empty. Only the flickering hallway light leaked under the door. I walked over and checked the bathroom. Checked behind the curtain. Checked the closet. Nothing. I told him again it was the medicine making him see things. He didn't respond. He just kept watching the same empty space, as if the thing standing there might move if he looked away. Eventually he drifted to sleep again, shallow, and restless. I kept glancing around the room without meaning to, checking corners, listening for footsteps that weren't there. At 2:30, the oxygen monitor started beeping. I stood to adjust the tubing when I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The bathroom door, which I had checked twice, was now open by about 6 inches. It had been fully closed the last time I looked. I stepped toward it slowly. The air in the doorway felt colder. Just slightly, but enough to make me swallow hard. I pushed the door fully open with the back of my hand. The bathroom was empty. I told myself the air vent must have pushed it. Or maybe one of the nurses had opened it earlier and I hadn't noticed. But the nurses didn't enter without telling me. They always made noise. No one had come in. I shut the door again. This time I tugged it to make sure the latch clicked. 10 minutes later it was open again. A little wider this time. I felt the room press in around me. Not actively threatening. Just wrong. Not how a normal hospital room feels at night. The silence was too thick. The shadows didn't feel neutral. I moved my chair so I could watch both Frank and the bathroom door at the same time. I didn't blink much after that. At 3:15, the hallway outside got busy for a moment. A rapid response was called down the hall and staff rushed past the door. The commotion lasted about 10 minutes. I stood in the doorway watching the monitors while the nurses stabilized the other patient. When things quieted again, I returned to my chair. The bathroom door was open halfway. And something else had changed. The privacy curtain hanging near the foot of the bed was now slightly pulled forward. Not much, just a few inches, but enough for someone to hide behind if they were very still. I had not touched it. Neither had Frank. He had been asleep. My breathing got shallow. I walked over and grabbed the curtain edge between 2 fingers. My hand trembled slightly. I told myself it was nothing. Air currents. Someone brushing against it earlier. Anything that made sense. I pulled the curtain aside in one quick motion. Nothing was behind it. Empty space, tile floor, clean linen stacked neatly. But I could not ignore the fact that it had moved. Frank woke again around 4. When he saw me standing tense in the middle of the room, he whispered, "He's not here right now. He goes in and out. Sometimes he stays in the wall." I wanted to ask what he meant, but I didn't. I didn't want details. I didn't want to hear anything that made the shifting doors and curtains harder to explain. At 4:30, a new sound began. A slow, creaking noise coming from the vent above the bathroom door. A long groan of metal, expanding or shifting. Except it wasn't just one groan. It kept happening. Creak, pause, creak, pause, creak. Like someone was crawling or moving inside the ventilation shaft. I stood under it listening. The noise was rhythmic, but not mechanical. It had weight to it, a dragging quality, like fabric sliding across metal. I backed away until I hit the wall. I kept my eyes on the vent. The creaking stopped. Then came a soft clicking sound, like fingernails tapping metal. I ran into the hallway and called the charge nurse over. She came in, annoyed at first, then confused when I pointed out the bathroom door that now sat fully open, and the curtain pulled another inch forward. She checked the chart, checked Frank, checked the bathroom herself. She stepped on a stool and opened the vent grate. A rush of cold air came out, much colder than it should have been. She shined her phone light inside. Her expression changed instantly. Her face drained of color. She backed down slowly and didn't say a word. She stepped out and called security. 2 officers arrived 10 minutes later. They checked the vent with flashlights. The grate had faint scratches inside, long and thin, like something had been dragged repeatedly along the metal, or like fingers had gripped the inside edges. They traced the duct location. It led to a maintenance access room further down the hall, behind a storage closet. They opened it. What they found made every muscle in my body tighten. Inside the narrow maintenance room was a pile of blankets, food wrappers, empty water bottles, and a small flashlight. Someone had been living in there. Hidden between the ductwork and the electrical conduits, a narrow strip of floor only a few feet wide. More disturbing was the empty pill bottle on the ground. The name on the label was the same as the patient whose room I was sitting in. Someone had stolen his medication days earlier. They found fingerprints all over the inside of the vent grate. Fresh ones. Human ones. Security did a sweep of the floor, and then the entire building. They eventually located a man hiding behind laundry carts on another unit. He was a former patient who had been discharged 2 weeks earlier but never left the hospital. He had been sleeping in maintenance spaces, stealing food, and moving through the ventilation rooms to avoid being seen. He refused to explain why he kept returning to room 417. He wouldn't say why he watched that patient. He wouldn't say why he moved the bathroom door or pulled the curtain. He only said one sentence clearly: he sleeps light. We never figured out how long he had been coming and going from that room. I transferred floors after that shift. I refused to sit in any room that had duct vents large enough for a person to fit through. The hospital tried to reassure us it would never happen again, but the truth was simple. Someone had been living inside the walls. Someone had been crawling through the ventilation system at night. And someone had been standing inside room 417, watching both of us sleep. Even now, I keep a fan running in my bedroom at night to drown out any creaking sounds. Because when I hear metal groan in the dark or a faint tapping sound above my head, I feel myself back in that hospital room, staring up at a vent grate I will never forget. My name is Ryan, and I need to get this out of my head before I start doubting it really happened. Last fall, I stayed alone in a cabin in the woods for a long weekend. It was supposed to be quiet and boring. It was neither. I walked out of there alive. But I still wake up some nights thinking I am back in that bedroom with someone standing just outside the door. I booked the place through a rental site. The listing made it sound peaceful and rustic. 1 bedroom, a small kitchen, a porch that looked out over Miller Creek, and nothing but forest all around. The nearest town was 20 minutes away. The listing bragged about the lack of neighbors and light pollution. That was what sold me. I had just gone through a breakup, and I thought a few days of hiking and reading with no one around would clear my head. My friends tried to talk me into going with them instead, somewhere with a bar and other people. I told them I needed quiet. I thought being alone would be easier than being around anyone. I got there late on a Thursday afternoon. The road turned from pavement to cracked gravel, then to packed dirt. My car crawled past a faded sign for Miller Creek Recreation Area, then another sign that just said Private Road in crooked letters. I kept going because the directions said to. There were no other houses in sight, just trees and a spike of radio tower way off in the distance. The cabin was smaller than it looked in the photos. Weathered boards, green porch, one small window in the front, and another on the side. The gravel drive was narrow and dead-ended right at the porch steps. There were no other cars, no tire tracks except the ones I made pulling in. The lockbox code worked. I remember feeling proud of myself as I swung the door open like I had done something brave just by getting there. Inside, it smelled like old wood and coffee. A couch, a tiny table, a kitchenette, and a short hallway that led to the bathroom and bedroom. There was a bookshelf with paperbacks and a little laminated sheet of house rules propped up beside a ceramic mug full of pens. I dropped my bag in the bedroom and noticed the first thing that bothered me. Someone else's toothbrush was sitting in a cup by the sink. There were 2, actually. 1 green, 1 blue. For a second, I told myself the cleaner must have forgotten to throw them out. But the bristles were still upright and fluffy, not flattened like old ones. The blue toothbrush had a bead of dried toothpaste on it. The tube of toothpaste laying next to them was rolled halfway up and capped. I remember standing there with my own toothbrush in my hand and feeling weirdly embarrassed, like I had walked into someone's room by mistake. I checked the house rules. Check in 3 in the afternoon. Check out 11 in the morning. It was already close to 5. Whoever stayed before me should have been gone. I told myself I was being dramatic. I put my toothbrush in my bag instead of the cup and walked around the place. Every window was locked. The back door had a deadbolt. The closet held extra blankets and a vacuum. The fridge had 2 bottles of local beer and a note from the host that said "Enjoy" on me, written in neat block letters. There was nothing that screamed "someone else is here." Just that stupid toothbrushes thing that I could not stop thinking about. The first night was quiet. I ate a frozen pizza, cracked one of the beers, and read until the sun melted out behind the trees. There was no television, just a little radio And my phone. The service dropped to 1 bar and then nothing. I watched the signal icon search and fail a few times before I gave up and turned on the radio. Around 9, I heard a car on the dirt road outside. It was faint at first, just a low rolling sound that grew louder, then softer, then stopped. Headlights swept across the trees through the front window, then moved away. I walked to the window and pulled back the curtain a little. The road was empty. I expected to see taillights, but there was nothing. The sound of the engine faded into the distance. It was not strange for a car to pass. I told myself that. It still made me feel like I was on display. I locked the front door and checked the back door again. Both were already locked. I laughed at myself for being jumpy and went to bed around 11. Sometime after midnight, I woke up freezing. The cabin had electric heat, and I had set the little thermostat in the hallway before bed. When I got up and checked it, the readout said 61. The fan was running, but it felt like somebody had left a window open. I went room to room. Front window, locked. Kitchen window, locked. Bathroom window, locked. Then I reached the bedroom window, and my chest tightened. The latch was turned to open. The window was still down in the frame, but someone had twisted the lock. The metal was cold under my fingers. For a full minute, I just stood there with my hand on it, trying to decide if I had somehow done that and forgotten. I did not think I had even touched that window. It looked out over the side yard toward the trees. Nothing but black emptiness and a slice of moonlight on leaves. I locked it again and pulled the blind all the way down. I did not sleep much after that. Every time the cabin creaked, I imagined footsteps on the porch. When I finally dozed off again, the sun was already lightening the sky. In the morning, I convinced myself it had to have been me. Maybe I had checked the window without remembering. Maybe the host had left it that way. It was easier to blame myself than picture someone standing outside in the dark, flipping the latch with their fingers while I slept. I made coffee, ate a stale bagel, and decided to go for a hike behind the cabin. There was a narrow path that led down to Miller Creek. The water moved slow and brown between rocks and fallen branches. I followed the path along the bank for about a mile. There was a point where the trees thinned out, and I could see another structure through the branches across the creek. Not a house, something smaller, a shed or a hunting blind elevated on posts. There was a scrap of blue tarp nailed to one side of it that flapped in the breeze. I stood there and watched it for a while. No movement, no smoke, no sign of anyone. I turned around and headed back to the cabin. When I came out of the trees into the clearing around the cabin, my stomach dropped. There were fresh footprints in the dirt by the porch steps. They were clear because it had rained that morning. There were my footprints leading to the path. Another set circled the cabin. They came up from the driveway, went around the side, passed under the bedroom window, and disappeared into the woods toward the direction of that shed. I checked the doors. Both were still locked. The windows seemed untouched. I walked around and followed the tracks to the best of my ability until they blended into harder ground and leaves. They were bigger than my own and deeper. That was the first moment I thought about leaving. Instead, I sent a message to the host while I still had service, standing in the driveway with my phone held up like I was trying to catch a signal from the sky. I wrote, "Hey, quick question. Is there anyone else who uses the property, neighbors or groundskeepers I should know about?" 2 minutes later, the reception dropped to nothing again before a reply came in. I spent the rest of the day trying to pretend I was not waiting for a response. I made lunch, read on the porch, took another walk, this time only around the clearing. Every few minutes, I turned back to scan the tree line. Near dusk, my phone buzzed with a delayed notification. The message said, "No one should be around during your stay. There is another old hunting shack across the creek, but we do not own that. Everything okay?" I stared at the message and deleted the draft I had started that said someone is walking around out here. I did not have proof. I had footprints and a window latch. It felt thin. I did not want them to think I was some nervous city guest. I typed back, "All good. Just heard a truck last night and wondered if anyone else came down this road." No reply. Either it did not go through, or they were busy. The sun sank and the woods went from gold to gray to black. I locked the doors and turned on every light inside. The cabin looked smaller and stranger when fully lit, like there were not enough corners for the shadows. so they gathered in long piles in the hallway and under the table. Around 9, the car came back. I heard it before I saw it. That same slow crunch of tires on dirt. The engine sounded close, then it cut off. No doors, no voices. I stepped to the front window and looked out between the curtains. The road was empty again, but I could see a faint glow through the trees to the right. A pair of headlights pointed in toward the forest instead of the road. Whoever it was had pulled off into a narrow break in the brush, where I had not noticed a path before. I went cold all over. They had done this before. That was why there were no tire tracks in the drive. Whoever it was knew where they could tuck a vehicle out of sight. I killed the front room light and crouched by the window. At first there was nothing. Then I saw a shape moving between the trunks. A figure, just a little darker than the space around it, moving slowly toward the clearing. He stopped just at the tree line and stood there. I could not see his face. He was in a dark jacket and a hat with the bill low, hands at his sides. He did not move like someone who was lost. He did not take in the cabin like a hiker stumbling on something. He stood like someone who already knew every inch of what he was looking at. For a moment, I thought about turning on the porch light, making it obvious that I saw him. Instead, I froze. We stayed like that for a long time, me behind the curtain, him at the edge of the trees. Then, slowly, his head tilted just enough that I knew he was looking directly at the front window. I stumbled back from the glass without meaning to, and knocked against the little table. The ceramic mug full of pens clattered sideways. I grabbed it before it hit the floor, but one of the pens rolled away, rattling against the wood. It was a tiny noise, but in that place it felt loud as a shout. When I looked back at the window, he was gone. I did not hear footsteps. I did not hear the car. 1 second he was there. The next, the trees held nothing but darkness. My heart hammered in my chest so hard it made my vision swim. My phone had one thin gray bar of service when I checked it. I dialed 911 anyway. The call did not go through. It hung there, with connecting on the screen, and then dropped. The logical part of my brain told me I should pack my bag, get in my car, and drive out. The rest of me pictured my headlights sweeping across a man standing in the middle of the narrow drive, or a truck blocking the road just out of sight. So I stayed inside. I locked and relocked the doors until my fingers hurt. I dragged the small table and one of the chairs in front of the bedroom door like that would help. I lay on the bed fully dressed, with my shoes on. I thumbed 911 into my phone and left it there, ready to hit the call button if the service came back. Every sound seemed important. The hum of the fridge, the wind slipping around the cabin, a soft tap that could have been a branch or something else. Around midnight, there was a distinct scrape along the back wall, slow, like something metal brushed the siding. I held my breath. It came again, closer to the bedroom window this time. A faint slide and bump under the sill. I could not bring myself to pull up the blind. In my head, I saw a face pressed to the glass, pale in the moonlight, eyes level with mine. Instead, I stayed in the bed with my back against the wall and stared at the door. The little chair and table sat in front of it like a joke. The scrape stopped. For a few minutes there was nothing. Then the floorboards just outside the bedroom door creaked. The wait was deliberate. One slow step, then another. They paused right outside, like whoever it was listening. My phone screen lit up in my hand with a faint bump of signal. 0 bars, then 1. I pressed call. The number dialed. The ringing sound piped into my ear far too loud. The floor outside the door went silent. The dispatcher answered on the second ring. I whispered my name, the address on the rental listing, the fact that someone was in the cabin. She asked where I was. I said in the bedroom. She told me to stay on the line. I did. The signal flickered, held, wavered. She asked if I could lock the bedroom door. I said there was no lock. The best I could do was push the bed against it. She told me not to make any more noise. For a long stretch there was nothing but my breathing and some faint static. No footsteps, no scrape, no voice from the other side of the door. The dispatcher kept talking in a calm tone I tried to focus on. She said deputies were on their way from town. It took 14 minutes for them to get there. I know because the dispatcher kept giving me time checks. Around the 10-minute mark, the front porch boards creaked. Someone had been inside and was now leaving. I heard the deadbolt on the front door click. I had not unlocked it. The door opened. There was a pause. Then it closed again with a soft thud. I listened to that sound like it was the end of the world. When the deputies arrived, their lights washed the walls of the bedroom in blue through the blinds. They announced themselves. I moved the table and chair and opened the door with my hands shaking. They swept the cabin, front to back. Their boots were heavy and professional. No one else was inside. One of them stepped out to walk the property while the other stayed with me in the kitchen. The one outside came back 10 minutes later with his jaw tight. He had followed tracks from the back steps to the tree line. They led to a narrow trail through the woods where a pickup truck had been parked, out of sight from the cabin. The tracks headed toward the creek and that old shack on the other side. They stopped at the water. They asked me if anything was missing. I told them I did not know. Everything looked the same until I went to the bedroom. My bag had been unzipped. My clean clothes were folded neatly beside it on the floor. The book I had been reading was on the nightstand, open to a page I had not reached yet. A small spiral notebook I did not recognize sat next to it. The notebook held a list written in cramped handwriting. It said things like Thursday night, watched him check locks. Friday morning, left by back path. Friday evening, front window. Under the last entry, from the moment when I knocked the mug full of pens, it simply said, knows now. The deputies bagged the notebook and took statements. They told me anything that looked like a personal item should be photographed before I touched it. That was when I remembered the toothbrushes. When we checked the bathroom, the cup by the sink was empty. There were no toothbrushes at all. Not mine, not anyone else's. I left with the deputies that night. They followed me all the way back to town. I checked into a motel by the highway, where the traffic noise never stopped. I did not sleep, but I felt better hearing other engines instead of one hidden in the woods. The sheriff called me a week later. They had gone back out. The notebook did not have a name in it. The shack across the creek was empty, but clearly used. A mattress, some food wrappers, a pair of binoculars on the windowsill. They were pointed at the cabin. They never caught anyone, or if they did, they never told me. To this day, I do not know how many nights someone was out there watching. I do not know if that was the first time he came into the cabin or just the first time I noticed. I do know that those toothbrushes had not been there by accident. Sometimes, in the quiet part of the night, I think about that hand turning the bedroom window latch while I slept. How easy it would have been to slide it up just an inch at a time, to listen to my breathing through the screen and decide whether to come in now or wait until the next guest. I used to love the idea of a cabin in the woods. Now when my friends send listings for fun, I block them. The photos all look the same. Warm wood, big windows, dark trees pressed close on every side. And all I can think about is what you cannot see in the pictures. The little worn path behind the house. The marks on the sill where a tool scraped the paint. The set of footprints under the window that are not yours. My name is Brandon, and the cabin I am going to tell you about still shows up on rental sites if you search hard enough. The photos are the same ones that drew me in. Wide porch, dark pine trees, a lake behind it with a dock that looks silver in the sunset. It looks like the kind of place where nothing worse than a spider or a raccoon could bother you. I know better now. I booked Pine Hollow in early October. I was 31, burned out from my job at a warehouse, and still trying to figure out who I was after my dad passed. He used to talk about renting a cabin and fishing for a week with no distractions. I kept thinking about that after the funeral. When a coworker mentioned this place, said his cousin had stayed there and loved it, I went home that night and reserved a 3-night weekend without thinking it through. It was about 3 hours from the city. The highway turned into a 2-lane road with fewer houses every mile, then into a narrow road that followed the curve of a lake. The trees were already red and gold. The directions from the owner were detailed. There was a faded sign where I had to turn, then a dirt road, then a left at the fork where the trees leaned over like a tunnel. I passed one other cabin that looked abandoned and run down, boards over the windows, moss on the roof. Pine Hollow was farther in, set back from the road with a gravel loop for parking. It was quieter than I expected. No boats on the lake, no other cars, just the sound of wind moving through trees and my own tires crunching on gravel. The cabin door had a keypad lock with a 4-digit code the owner sent in a message. I grabbed my bag, entered the code, and the lock clicked open with a little electric whine that made me feel oddly exposed, like I had just announced myself. Inside it was nicer than the pictures. Living room with a couch and chair, stone fireplace, kitchen with real appliances instead of a hot plate. Down a short hall was a bathroom and a single bedroom with a queen bed. There was a stack of extra blankets on a chair and a space heater in the corner in case it got cold at night. On the coffee table, there was an old-fashioned guest book with a ballpoint pen tied to it with yarn. I flipped through the pages out of habit. Most entries were simple. Great stay. Loved the lake. We will be back. Families had signed with kids, scribbling their names under their parents. I smiled at a note from a couple who wrote that they got engaged on the dock. The last completed entry was from late August, about 6 weeks before my trip. It said, "Nice cabin, beautiful view, lots of stars." Under that, on the next line, there was a date from mid-September and one short sentence that trailed off. It said, "Do not stay here," and then the pen had dragged hard across the paper like it had been yanked away. There was no name under it. I told myself some teenager was trying to be edgy. I closed the book and set it down. The weird feeling stuck, though. That line looked different from the other cheerful comments. The letters were pressed into the paper hard enough that I could feel the grooves if I ran my thumb over them. During the daylight, the place felt normal. I carried my bag into the bedroom, opened the curtains, and checked the windows. All closed, latches turned. The view from the bedroom looked out toward the side yard and a line of trees. The lake was on the other side of the cabin, past the living room and a small deck. I walked down to the water and stood on the dock. The surface of the lake was almost perfectly still and clear. I could see fallen leaves floating near the shore and my own reflection wobbling when a breeze moved the surface. On my way back to the cabin, I noticed a second path I had not seen before. It was narrow, just dirt and flattened grass, leading around the side of the cabin toward the back. It looked used enough that there were no weeds in the center. For some reason, that bothered me more than it should have. The driveway and front walk were clear because guests used them. The little trail did not seem like something you would put in the listing photos. I walked a few steps down it and saw that it curved behind the cabin toward the crawlspace access. The crawlspace door was a low wooden panel set into the foundation, about 3 feet high. It had a padlock through a metal loop. The padlock was closed, but the loop on the door side looked bent, like someone had tried to pry it before. There were faint marks in the wood where a tool had dug in. The ground around it was scuffed, leaves pushed aside. It might have all been old, I told myself, from some repair years ago. The dates on the padlock looked newer than the wood around it. By late afternoon, clouds had rolled in over the lake. The cabin got dimmer faster than I expected. I made some dinner, put my phone on the charger, and tried to stream music. There was no service. The owner had warned that in the listing, but it still annoyed me. The radio on the windowsill only picked up one station very faintly, some old country song sliding in and out of static. I ended up turning it off and listening to the quiet. Around 8, it started to rain. Not a heavy storm, just steady drops tapping on the roof and leaves. It made the place feel more isolated. The windows showed nothing but reflected lamplight and black outside. I remembered the last words in the guest book and had to force myself not to go pick it up again. I went to bed around 11. I locked the front door, double-checked the back door, and turned off lights until only the bedroom lamp was on. The bed was softer than I expected. For a while I lay there, listening to the rain and my own breathing. At some point, I fell asleep. The first thing that woke me was a light. I felt it before I opened my eyes. A dim gray glow on my eyelids that did not match the warm lamp I had turned off. When I blinked awake, I saw a pale rectangle on the wall opposite the bed. It was moving slowly, a faint shifting beam that grew brighter and then softer again. It took my brain a few seconds to understand what I was seeing. Headlights, filtering into the bedroom from somewhere outside, passing between trees. I rolled as quietly as I could to the edge of the bed and grabbed my phone off the nightstand. The screen said 2:14 in the morning. No service. The headlights swept across the wall again, then paused long enough that I knew the vehicle had stopped somewhere. The bedroom did not have a view of the driveway. The window looked toward the side. Whoever was out there had pulled in and then either backed up or turned. I slid off the bed, heart pounding, and crouched down. The floor felt cold under my bare feet. I stepped around the end of the bed and reached for the curtain cord with my hand shaking. I moved the curtain a half-inch. Through the gap, I could see the side yard and a slice of the driveway where it curved around the cabin. The headlights were off now. The rain had slowed to a mist, and the gravel glistened. There was a dark shape where the driveway met the trees. A vehicle, I thought. Then I saw a figure step away from it. The person was in a hooded jacket, the hood up. I could not see their face. They moved with this strange calm, walking along the edge of the trees, instead of coming straight to the front door. They passed out of view of my window, heading toward the back of the cabin. For a second, I thought, maybe the owner sent someone to check on something. Maybe it was a late arrival for some other place, though I knew Pine Hollow was alone at the end of the road. Then my mind jumped to the crawlspace door and the little path. I backed away from the window and listened. The cabin settled and creaked like old wood does. I heard the faint patter of drops from the last of the rain. Under that, after a minute, there was a different sound, a dull thump from the floor somewhere under the bedroom. Then another. Someone was moving beneath the cabin. I grabbed the space heater from the corner and unplugged it. It was the heaviest thing I could lift easily. For a second, I pictured myself trying to swing it at a stranger. The image did not make me feel strong. It made me feel pathetic and underprepared. But it was all I had. The thumps continued, closer now. Then I heard a metallic clink, like a chain moving, and a soft scraping sound that made my teeth hurt. The crawlspace door, I thought. The padlock loop with the bend. The scraping grew louder, then stopped, followed by a muffled grunt. Whoever it was had either opened it or given up. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. I stood in the dark bedroom with my back against the wall and the heater cord wrapped in my fist, waiting for something. I kept glancing at the doorknob like it might start turning. Instead, the next sound came from the living room. A faint click, like a light switch. I saw a glow spill under the bedroom door, a warm rectangle of light stretching across the floor. That meant the front door had opened at some point without me hearing it, and someone was now inside my cabin, moving around like they belonged there. My first instinct was to yell, to call out and pretend I was not terrified, ask who it was, demand they leave. But something in the way they were moving, so deliberate and unhurried, made me hold my breath instead. The light under the door brightened and darkened as they passed in front of it. There was a soft scrape as something was dragged along the floor. The coffee table maybe. A drawer sliding open. I heard paper rustle. The guest book, I thought. I realized with a sick feeling that if this person had been here before, they would know the layout. They would know there was no lock on the bedroom door. My phone still showed no bars. I opened the emergency call screen anyway and hovered my thumb over the button. If the signal flickered back for even a second, I wanted to be ready. I stared at the tiny icon and tried to listen through the pounding in my ears. The footsteps came down the hall. Slow, measured. They stopped just outside the bedroom door. The light under the door was blocked by a shadow. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, calmly, the knob began to turn. I do not know what made me move. Maybe it was anger cutting through the fear. Maybe it was the thought of someone standing over me in the dark if I kept pretending to be asleep. I stepped forward and shoved my shoulder into the door at the same time as they tried to pull it inward. The door slammed shut with a sharp crack, and the impact drove a grunt out of whoever was on the other side. The knob jerked hard in my hand. We stood there like that, me braced and shoving forward, them pulling. The heater was too awkward to use as a weapon while I was leaning into the door, so it just sat at my feet like a useless metal pet. My heart hammered and my legs shook. The person outside did not shout or threaten. They said nothing at all. After what felt like hours, but was probably 20 seconds, the pressure on the other side eased. The knob twisted once more, gently, then let go. Their footsteps retreated down the hall. I waited, holding the door, counting breaths. 5 breaths. 10. 15. The light under the door remained. Then I heard the front door click shut. The light under the bedroom door went out. There was no sound of an engine starting. I stayed where I was for at least another half hour. I know that because when I finally checked my phone again, it said 3:01. My legs ached from holding the door. My arms tingled. The courage that had made me shove the door closed felt like it had leaked out of me. I was left with shaking hands and a raw throat I did not remember straining. I did not open the bedroom door until I saw the first gray light of dawn in the window. When I stepped into the hall, the living room looked almost the same as before. The only difference I saw at first was the guest book sitting open on the coffee table. I moved closer. The last page now had 2 more lines added in the same pressed hard handwriting as the "Do not stay here" warning. One line was dated the night before, with a time written next to it that matched when the headlights first woke me. It said, "Back again." He chose to ignore. Under it, dated that very morning at 2:40, it said he pushed back. My stomach lurched. I flinched away from the book like it might burn my fingers. In the kitchen drawer, the pen that had been tied to the guest book with yarn now lay free. The yarn cut. The cut end was sharp and clean, not frayed. A small knife that had been in the knife block on the counter was gone. I checked the front door. It was unlocked. The keypad still showed the green light from the last entry, as if the door had been opened very recently. Outside, the driveway held fresh tire tracks leading back down the road. The gravel looked disturbed around the path to the crawl space. The padlock hung in place, but when I touched it, the metal loop swung freely. The screw that held the hasp on the door had been pulled half out. The only thing keeping it in place was habit and the appearance that nothing was wrong. I did not stay another night. I packed my bag in 5 minutes, threw it into the car, and drove back the way I came without even making coffee. My phone finally picked up service a few miles from the highway. I pulled over and called the owner. Voicemail. I left a message saying I had left early because someone had been at the cabin. I started to say more, then stopped. It sounded crazy in my own ears. Later that day, the owner called back and sounded genuinely confused. He said I was the first guest in weeks and that no one else had the door code. When I mentioned the guest book entries, he was quiet for a moment, then said he would send someone to check. I do not know if he ever did. A week later, I got a refund request email from the rental site asking if I wanted to review Pine Hollow. I opened the listing. The photos were the same. The description was the same. The guest reviews they showed on the site were all cheerful and bland. No one mentioned anything about headlights at 2 in the morning or someone walking under the house. No one wrote about a stranger who knew the layout of the cabin better than they should. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if I had not pushed on that door. If I had stayed in bed and listened to the knob turn and footsteps cross the room. If I had been like the person who wrote that last entry and got their pen yanked away before they could finish the warning. I picture the hooded figure standing in the living room with the guest book open, adding new lines after each stay, watching how people react, seeing who ignores the first sign because it looks like a joke, who laughs off the feeling that something is wrong, who locks the doors and who forgets. And now there is another line in there, written in that same pressed hand, about me. He pushed back. Sometimes that feels like a victory. Other nights, when I wake up and think I hear footsteps in the hall of my own apartment, it feels more like a note of interest. Like I am now, on a list I never agreed to be on, kept in the pages of a book in a cabin at the end of a dirt road, waiting for someone with the code to come back. My name is Tyler, and the cabin I rented last winter sits somewhere off Blackwater Ridge Road in northern Washington. I know the exact coordinates are still saved in my phone, but I have never once let myself look at them again. If I saw the satellite view, if I recognized the clearing or the bend in the trees, I think it would undo whatever thin sense of safety I have left. I chose that place because I wanted silence. I thought I needed a break from everything. The warehouse job, the noise, the constant motion. I booked a 4-night stay at a cabin, listed as remote but comfortable. Off-grid but stocked, Rustic charm. Perfect for writing or reflecting. That was the hook that grabbed me. I wanted to believe in the idea of isolating myself until the world quieted down. The drive started out normal, then turned strange. The highway turned into a two-lane road, then a one-lane patchwork of asphalt and dirt, then into something that barely counted as a road at all. The trees changed as I got deeper into the woods, taller and darker, the branches knitting overhead. The GPS kept freezing and reloading. Eventually, it just showed a blue dot floating in a green field, with no road marked at all. The instructions from the host said to look for a wooden sign with a carved bear on it. I nearly missed it. The sign hung crooked from two rusted nails, the bear shape weathered until it looked more like a smear. The path beyond it was narrow and full of ruts. My tires slid more than once. I thought about turning around, but something in me insisted on finishing what I started. When the trees finally opened, the cabin was sitting there exactly like the photos. A-frame roof, small porch, a stack of wood under a tarp, no neighbors, no cell service, no sound except wind and my engine. The key was in a lockbox. The door opened easily. Inside smelled like pine and old dust. The place had one main room with a wood stove, a little kitchenette, and a bedroom in the back. I liked it immediately. It felt simple, safe, like the kind of place I'd always imagined disappearing into for a while. I made a fire. I unpacked. I told myself the silence was good, but something was off from the start. I noticed it maybe an hour after arriving, before the sun went down. There were boot prints in the snow behind the cabin. Not mine, not old either. The edges were sharp. Someone had walked right up to the back wall and stood there for a while. You could see where the snow had compressed more deeply in one place, like the person stopped and stood facing the cabin. Then the tracks led away into the trees. I walked to the tree line and looked. The prints continued, weaving between trunks until they disappeared over a slope. My breath came out in white clouds, and I remember thinking, don't be paranoid. Maybe the owner checked something earlier. But the listing said the place had been empty for weeks. I went back inside, shut the curtains, and put more wood on the fire. I forced myself to eat something and tried to write in the notebook I'd brought, but the words felt thin. I kept glancing at the windows, even though there was nothing to see but the reflection of the room behind me. It had been dark for maybe 2 hours when the first light appeared in the woods. It came from the direction of the slope behind the cabin, a small white glow, bobbing slowly between the tree trunks. For a second, I thought it was someone walking with a flashlight. Then it stopped and stayed perfectly still. I moved to the back window and watched. The light didn't get closer. It didn't fade. It just hovered there. I held my breath, waiting for it to shift again, but it stayed locked in place, like an eye staring through the trees. I tried to remind myself that hunters used headlamps. Hikers sometimes walked at night. Winter campers set up weird lights to guide them home. But even as I told myself those explanations, I knew none of them fit. No one camped out there in that cold. No one walked those ridges at night. And no light I'd ever seen stayed that steady. After maybe 10 minutes, it blinked out. Just gone. I didn't sleep well. Every time I drifted off, I snapped awake thinking I heard something outside. Snow shifting, branches cracking, a faint crunch of footsteps circling the cabin. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was the fire cooling. But around 3 in the morning, I heard something I could not explain away. A dull tap on the bedroom window. One, then another. Soft, slow, as if the person touching the glass didn't want to break it, just wanted to check it. I stared at the window without moving. The curtains were drawn. The tapping stopped after the second one. I waited for a third, but it never came. I didn't open the curtain. I didn't even breathe deeply until the sky outside the cracks of the blinds turned the faintest blue. When morning came, I forced myself to go outside. The cold air hit like needles. The snow behind the cabin was marked up with fresh footprints. One set, one person. The prints went right up to the bedroom window. A full boot print next to a flattened half circle where someone had braced themselves with their hand. You could see the drag of fingertips where they'd tested the glass. I stopped believing my own excuses at that point. I packed my bag even though I had just arrived the afternoon before. I planned to drive back to town and tell the host something was wrong with the property, that someone was using the woods behind the cabin. Watching, I loaded my bag in the front seat and reached for the ignition. The engine rumbled, then died. I tried again. It turned over once, weakly, then nothing. I looked under the hood. I'm not a mechanic, but even I could tell something was wrong with the battery cables. They weren't loose. They were cut, clean through. Someone had disabled my car overnight. I walked back to the porch and sat down because my legs felt like they weren't going to hold me. I kept staring at the trees, waiting for the bobbing white light again. It didn't appear. The woods looked dead and still. That was somehow worse. I tried my phone. No bars. Not even a flicker. For a long time, I stood in the doorway of the cabin trying to decide whether to stay inside or run for the road. The road was 1.5 miles away. The sun had barely risen. If someone had been close enough last night to tap on the window and cut my battery cables, then they could still be out there in any direction. In the end, I chose the cabin. It had a door I could lock, a fire, walls. Not much, but more than the woods. I stacked furniture in front of the doors. I pushed the little table under the back doorknob. I pulled all the curtains tight. I kept the fire going even though it filled the cabin with dry heat. The idea of letting the flames die made my skin crawl. Hours passed. The sky dimmed again. The shadows took over the corners of the room. I listened for footsteps, for breathing, for anything. It was around 5 in the afternoon when I saw the second light. Not behind the cabin this time. This one was in front, down the path that led deeper into the forest. A pale shape moving behind the trees. It didn't sway like the earlier one. It pulsed, not in a rhythmic way, more like it was breathing. Once, twice, then stillness. I watched from between the curtains and realized the light wasn't coming from a flashlight pointed toward me. It was reflected light. The glow was catching on something. Someone, maybe a shoulder, maybe a face. Whatever it was tall enough that the light hit it above the ground line of the brush. I backed away from the window. Every instinct in my body screamed to hide, to run, to do anything except stand in the open. The cabin creaked. The boards in the porch groaned. I froze. Something was stepping onto the porch. Slow, heavy, deliberate. One step, then stillness that stretched, like it was listening. I didn't hear tapping this time. I heard breathing. Not loud, not ragged. Just the controlled breath of someone standing directly on the other side of the wood door. I grabbed the fire poker from beside the stove and held it like a weapon, even though my hands were shaking so badly that the metal clinked against the stones. The breathing stopped. Then the doorknob moved. Not a violent twist, not a sudden rattling, just a slow testing pressure, as if someone were easing their hand around it to see how far it would turn. It stopped at the lock. Then a whisper of movement. A shift of weight on the porch boards. A faint drag, like a boot, slipping slightly on wet wood. Then silence. I didn't move for hours. I kept the poker in my hand until my fingers cramped around it. I waited until the fire burned down to embers and still didn't dare get up to add wood. Every sound felt amplified. Every shadow, too deep. At some point, exhaustion forced me into a half-sleep. I don't know how long I was out. Minutes maybe. When I woke, the fire was almost dead. The room was cold. My breath showed in the air. Then I heard the crunch of snow, not on the porch, not behind the cabin, right under the bedroom window. A slow rhythm, a step, a pause, another step, closer each time. I held my breath until my lungs ached. I waited for the tapping again, for the breathing, something, anything. Instead, the window latch clicked. It was so quiet that at first I thought I had imagined it, but then it clicked again. A tiny metallic sound. Someone was trying the latch from the outside. I moved into the corner of the bedroom and crouched so low that my knees burned. My entire body shook so hard I had to bite down on my sleeve to stop my teeth from clattering. The latch clicked a third time, then a gentle push on the glass. The frame creaked, then nothing. Not footsteps leaving, not breath, Just nothing. I stayed in that corner until I saw daylight through the curtains. When I finally stood, my legs were numb and my back screamed. Outside the bedroom window, the snow was disturbed again. The prints were deeper this time. No handprint, no fingertips. Whoever it was had stood so close, the snow around the foundation was packed almost flat. I didn't bother with my things. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I left the fire dead. I stepped into the freezing air and ran. I followed the snowy path until I reached the road. I didn't stop until I saw another car. A woman driving a pickup slowed when she saw me waving like a madman. She let me in. I must have looked half feral, but she didn't question it. She drove me all the way into town. The sheriff's department sent 2 deputies to check. They found the footprints. They found the cut battery cables. They found pry marks under the bedroom window. They found nothing else. No tracks leading away. No signs of who it was. Just a set of prints that circled the cabin again and again and again. The host refunded the entire trip and removed the listing temporarily. He said the last guest before me reported hearing something outside but brushed it off. He assumed animals. He told me no one else had keys. I'm home now, but I keep waking at night, thinking I hear snow crunching under a window, thinking I see a faint pulsing light between the trees across the street, thinking if I let myself sleep too deeply, I'll wake up to the sound of a latch clicking. When I close my eyes, all I can picture is that single boot print under the window. How deep it was. How still the person must have been standing there in the dark, waiting for the right moment. My name is Mark, and what happened to me last fall on Deadfall Loop is the reason I do not hike alone anymore. I live in Colorado, and I used to spend most weekends on trails. It was how I dealt with stress. Headphones off, phone in airplane mode, just trees and dirt and the sound of my own breathing. I always told people that the woods felt safer than the city. That was before I met the man in the blue jacket. Deadfall Loop is a 22-mile trail that cuts through a section of national forest about 2 hours from Denver. It is not a famous trail. It is not on the tourist lists. The loop goes out along a ridge, drops into a valley, follows a creek for a while, then climbs back up. There are no official campsites, just a few flat spots where people sometimes throw down tents. I decided to do it as a one-night backpack solo trip near the end of October. The forecast was clear and cold. I had the days off. My friends were busy, and honestly, I liked the idea of having the trail to myself. The parking lot at the trailhead was empty when I got there. It was a cracked patch of asphalt with a faded sign and a rusty bear-proof trash can. The air had that thin chill that means winter is close. I signed the little trail registry at the information board, wrote my name and the date, and that I planned to complete the loop in 2 days. I should have noticed that the last entry before mine was over a week old. The first few miles were beautiful. Aspens were half bare, and their leaves made a golden crunch under my boots. The trail climbed steadily. My pack felt good. I did not see another person. No other cars had passed me on the way in. It was exactly the kind of quiet I had wanted. Around midday, I stopped at a viewpoint where the trees opened up on one side, and you could see the valley below. It was empty forest and rock for miles. I ate a sandwich, took a photo, and almost turned my phone on to see if I had any signal. I decided not to. That choice still bothers me. A few bars of service might have changed a lot. I started walking again, and that was when I realized I no longer felt alone. It was not a sound at first. It was just a feeling at the base of my neck, like eyes on my back. I told myself I was being dramatic. The woods creaked. Squirrels churned around in the leaves. Wind pushed branches together. I adjusted my pack and kept going. 20 minutes later, I heard it. A footstep that was not mine. When you hike enough, you get used to the rhythm of your own movement. The crunch of your boots lands in a steady beat. Branches snap when you step on them. Your trekking poles click on rocks. This sound did not line up with mine. It came a half beat after, like an echo with weight. I stopped. The forest went still. I listened. My heart sounded loud in my ears. A jay called once, harsh and sudden, then went quiet. I waited another full minute. Nothing moved. I told myself it was probably a deer, maybe an elk. I had seen both on trails before. Animals freeze when you stop and then go back to moving when they decide you are not a threat. I started walking again. The sense of being watched stayed. I made it another mile. The trail curved around a rocky outcrop on the ridge. On the far side, half hidden in the trees, there was a man. He stood just off the trail in a gap between the pines. Early middle age maybe. Dark beard, old baseball cap, faded blue jacket zipped to his throat. He was turned toward me, but not quite facing me. His eyes were on the ground like he had been studying something, and I had surprised him. I jumped a little. My brain had been ready for animals, not a person. He did not smile. He did not wave. He looked at me with this flat expression that I did not understand. No flicker of surprise, no friendliness, just a kind of careful blankness. I said, "Hey, did not know anyone else was out here." He nodded once and looked past me down the trail, like he was checking to see if someone was behind me. "Just me," I added. He stared at my pack for a second, then said, "You doing the whole loop?" His voice was low and flat. No accent, just clipped. "Yeah," I said. "One night out." "You?" He shrugged. "Maybe. Just walking." Something about the way he said walking made the hair on my arms lift. It was a normal word, but it felt wrong in his mouth. We stood there too long. I expected him to step onto the trail or move on. He stayed where he was, half in shadow, eyes on me like I was a puzzle he did not trust. "Well," I said, "guess I will see you around." He had no pack, no water bottle, no visible gear at all. He nodded again but did not answer. I walked past him with my eyes forward. Every step felt exposed. I could feel his gaze on my back. When I rounded the next bend, I almost broke into a jog. I made myself slow to a fast walk. Running in the mountains is how you twist an ankle or catch a root. I told myself a dozen reasons for why he might be out there. Maybe he was from one of the small towns nearby and knew a side trail. Maybe his camp was just off the ridge where I could not see it, with water and gear. Maybe he hunted and had stashed stuff in the woods. I did not like any of those explanations. 2 miles later, I stopped to drink water and forced a laugh out of myself. I was being paranoid. The guy had been weird, but not illegal. Weird people hike too. I rounded another switchback and my stomach turned to ice. In the soft dirt at the side of the trail, there were fresh boot prints. Not mine, larger, deeper. They came up from the slope, cut across the trail, and vanished down the other side. The tread looked similar to the man's boots. He had cut the trail somewhere ahead of me. I checked my watch and saw it was already past 3. The sun drops early in the mountains in October. I had planned to reach a flat area near the creek, on the far side of the loop before dark. Now I wondered if I should pitch my tent early instead. But stopping meant possibly camping near this guy. Pressing on meant heading into a valley where I was less visible. I kept going. On the downhill side of the loop, the trees grew closer and the air got colder. The long views vanished. The trail narrowed. Fallen logs forced me to climb over or detour around them. Every time I swung my leg over a trunk, I felt exposed, like something could be waiting on the other side. By late afternoon, I reached the creek. The water was low and fast, running over rocks the color of old bones. The flat area I had aimed for was on the near side. There was a fire ring of stones and a couple of logs for sitting. Someone had obviously camped there before. I stood in the middle of that clearing and turned slowly. No sign of anyone else. No bright-colored tents. No smoke. Just trees and the sound of water. I waited for a while, half expecting the man in the blue jacket to step out from behind a trunk. He did not. Eventually, I convinced myself I had left him somewhere behind on the ridge. I set my tent up near the fire ring. The sky turned pink through the branches. I filtered water, cooked instant noodles, and forced myself to relax. I even started to feel a little stupid for how nervous I had been. It was fully dark by the time I crawled into my sleeping bag. The temperature dropped fast. I could see my breath inside the tent. I listened to the creek and the occasional pop of cooling rocks. I dozed off. Sometime deep in the night, a light woke me. It flickered across the tent wall, faint but real. A moving glow, like someone walking with a headlamp. My first thought was that another hiker must have come in late and was looking for the camp area. I waited for a voice, someone calling out. Nothing came. The light moved around the tent once, slow and careful, like whoever held it was tracing the shape of my shelter. It stopped at the side where my head was. I held my breath. The glow pooled there. I could see the shadow of my own face faintly on the fabric. "Who is there?" I called out. My voice cracked in the cold air. The light vanished instantly. I fumbled for my flashlight and unzipped the tent. The night slammed into me like something physical. The air was so cold it burned my throat. I swept the beam in a circle. Trees, rocks, the empty fire ring. No person. I thought I saw movement just beyond the edge of my light, a hint of dark fabric between trunks. I pointed my beam that way and saw nothing. I called out again, "Hello? Anyone there?" Only the creek answered. I climbed out of the tent and turned in a slow circle. The ground around camp was a mix of dirt and leaves. No clear footprints. The beam of my flashlight caught the trail on the other side of the creek that led toward the climb out of the valley. I stood there shivering in my base layers and told myself I was not going to spend the rest of the night panicking outside my tent. Whoever it was, they had walked on without saying anything. Maybe they did not want to bother me. Maybe they had seen my tent and decided to camp farther up. I went back inside. I zipped the door and lay there listening so hard my ears hurt. After a while, I must have fallen asleep. I woke up to the sound of something breathing. It took a second to realize the noise was not mine. It was outside the tent, close, slow and steady, not sniffing like an animal, human. Every muscle in my body went rigid. My hand slid toward my knife, a small folding one tucked by the sleeping bag. It felt tiny and stupid against the idea of another person. The breathing moved around the tent. I heard a knee or hand press into the ground. The fabric indented an inch near my feet. I whispered, "I have a weapon." I did not know why I said it. It came out thin and shaky. The pressure on the fabric disappeared. The breathing stopped. A long silence stretched. Then I heard footsteps moving away. Soft, measured, not running, just walking back toward the trees. I lay there until the sky lightened. When I finally unzipped the tent and stepped out, the cold hit my face like a slap. The clearing looked the same. Fire ring, logs, my footprints, nothing else obvious. Then I saw the line. In the dirt, about 2 feet from my tent, there was a neat row of small stones. 12 of them, each one about the size of a thumb. They formed a straight line pointing toward the trail that led deeper into the woods instead of back toward the trailhead. I had not put them there. I checked the trail in both directions. No one in sight. No recent boot prints I could swear were not mine. Something about that line of rocks made me feel less like I had been randomly stumbled on and more like I was being instructed or tested. I kicked the stones away and packed my gear in record time. I decided to cut the trip short and head back the way I had come. The idea of continuing the loop and moving closer to whoever was out there made my skin crawl. The climb out of the valley was steep and rough. The sun did not reach the trail for the first couple of hours. My breath came out in clouds. My legs burned. I kept looking over my shoulder. Halfway up there was a narrow switchback with a big deadfall tree leaning over the path. I had to duck under it. On the other side, in the patch of dirt almost under the trunk, someone had scratched a word with the toe of a boot. Stay. The letters were crude but clear, fresh. I could still see where the dirt had crumbled at the edges. My heart jumped into my throat. I looked around wildly. The trees stared back, indifferent and quiet. I could not see anyone, but the sense of eyes on me returned so strong it made me dizzy. I stepped on the word deliberately, grinding the letters out, and kept climbing. By early afternoon, I reached the ridge where I had first seen the man in the blue jacket. The air was clearer up there, the views wide. For a moment I felt better. If someone tried to approach me, I would see them coming. I rounded the bend where I had spoken to him and saw something that nearly stopped my heart. On a low branch at eye level, a blue jacket hung open. It was the same faded color, same style. The sleeves stirred slightly in the wind. The zipper was half broken. There was no one inside it. Pinned to the collar with a small rusted safety pin was the paper sheet from the trail registry. It had my name on it. My entry had been torn from the book at the trailhead and stuck there, flapping slightly against the fabric. My name and the date. Mark Turner, 2 days, completing loop. I stared at that paper and felt the forest tilt around me. Someone had gone back to the registry after I signed it, or maybe they had been there after I left the lot. Either way, they had taken my information and carried it into the woods. I whipped my head back toward the way I had come. Trees, rocks, no movement. I did not bother taking the paper down. I did not touch the jacket. I bolted. The last 5 miles to the trailhead were a blur. I walked as fast as I could without breaking into a run. Every time the path curved and closed me in, I imagined someone stepping out ahead of me. Every time I heard a branch crack, my heart kicked. When I finally saw the faded sign near the parking lot, I almost cried. There was another car there now, an old green sedan with a dented bumper. It had not been there when I arrived the previous morning. My own car looked untouched. I unlocked it, tossed my pack in, and sank into the driver's seat. My hands shook so badly I had trouble getting the key into the ignition. Before I started the engine, I forced myself to look at the other car. It was empty. A few fast food bags on the passenger seat, scratches along the side, no blue jacket in the windows. The trail registry box had its lid closed. I walked over with my keys between my fingers like a pathetic set of claws and opened it. The book lay inside. The torn stub where my name had been was still visible. A new entry had been added underneath in small, tight letters. It said, "Tried to talk to him at Ridge. Watched him at camp. He did not listen." No name under it. No date. I slammed the box shut so hard dust puffed out. I drove into town and went straight to the ranger station. The ranger on duty listened to my story with a neutral expression. When I told him about the man in the blue jacket and the jacket with my registry page, his face tightened. He said there had been complaints in the past about a man who lived in the woods off the loop. Nothing concrete, no assaults, just unnerving encounters, people feeling watched. Someone walking around camps at night. They had never found his camp. The forest was big, and he knew it better than they did. He asked if I wanted to file a formal report. I did. My hands still shook while I wrote. He said they would send someone to check the trail and the registry box. A few weeks later, I got a call. They had found the blue jacket on the branch and taken it. The registry page was gone by then. They had not found the man. They did find a rough shelter down a ravine a couple miles off the loop, fire pit, old cans, a notebook with pages ripped out. Whoever had been living there was gone. I still hike sometimes, but never alone. Never on trails without other people. I do not sign my full name in registries anymore, just my initials. I know it would not really stop someone determined, but it makes me feel a little less exposed. When people talk about the peace of deep woods and getting away from it all, I keep my mouth shut. I remember the sound of breathing inches from my tent wall. I remember the line of stones, the word scratched in dirt, the paper with my name pinned to that hanging jacket. And I remember the blank way the man in the trees looked at me the first time, like I was not a person at all, just another thing on the trail that he could follow as long as he wanted. My name is Jason, and I used to love hiking alone on long forest trails. What happened in Carter Hollow last spring changed that for good. I live in western North Carolina, and there is this long-distance trail that cuts through the national forest near my town. It crosses old logging roads, creeks, and ridges for miles. Most people do short sections. A few times a year, I pick a long day and try to push a 20-mile out and back just to clear my head. The Park Service had posted online about a new connector that would cut a loop through a place called Carter Hollow. It looked like it would turn my usual 16-mile route into 17 or 18. I liked the idea of seeing a part of the forest I had not been through before, so I picked a Saturday in April and planned the hike. The morning of, the parking lot at the main trail access had only one other car, a white pickup with hunting stickers on the bumper. It was early, a little after 7. The air was cool and there was still mist hanging in the trees. There was a sign at the start of the trail with a laminated sheet stapled to it. It said the Carter Hollow connector had been flagged but not fully cleared. It warned about fallen trees and faint tread. It did not say anything about it being unsafe, just that it was still rough. I signed the trail log at the box beside the sign. Name, date, planned route. I wrote Jason Miller, main trail to mile 8. Carter, Hollow connector. Return. It felt like overkill, but I always sign those things. I liked the record of being out there. The first part of the hike was familiar. The main trail rolled through hardwood forest, then climbed a ridge and dropped to a creek. I passed the white blaze marks on trees that I had followed a dozen times before. I did not see anyone else. About 6 miles in there was a handmade wooden arrow nailed to a post that said Carter Hollow in black marker. It pointed down a narrower path that turned off the main trail and dropped into a deeper stand of pines. The new connector. I checked my map. The line on the screen showed the connector making a long curve through the hollow and rejoining the main trail near the 8-mile mark. It looked straightforward. I turned onto it and started down. The air changed almost immediately. It got cooler and still. The path was there, but barely. Just a faint thread of dirt between ferns. Pink and orange flagging tape hung from branches every so often. Someone had walked through and tied those ribbons to mark the route, just like the park notice said. About 10 minutes in, I saw something that did not fit. One of the flagging ribbons was tied in a neat bow around a cluster of twigs, set upright in the middle of the trail like a little marker. Underneath it, pressed into the soft dirt, was a boot print. It was fresh. The edges were sharp, not crumbled by time or rain. Bigger than mine. Deep. I looked around automatically, expecting to see someone ahead on the trail. I saw nothing but trees and shadows. The woods were quiet. A little voice in my head said, "You knew there was a truck at the trail lot." I told myself someone else was out here working on the connector or scouting it. I stepped around the twig marker and kept going. The hollow narrowed. Steep slopes climbed on either side of the trail. The trees leaned in. The sense of being in a long green tunnel got stronger. The flagging tape hung at regular intervals, and I checked for it every dozen steps, picking it out against the browns and greens of bark and leaves. About half a mile in, I noticed something off. Some of the ribbons were a brighter color, newer. The older ones were faded, light pink and dull orange. The newer ones were brilliant red, tied with tight little square knots instead of simple overhand ties. The new ones also sat closer together, like someone had gone through after the first crew and added more flags. A ranger, maybe, or a contractor. I told myself that and tried to ignore the feeling creeping up my back. There was a deadfall tree across the trail ahead, chest high, too big to step over. I had to swing a leg up and sit on it first, then slide down the other side. On the far side in the dirt was another boot print, just like the first one. Fresh, deep. I looked up the slope toward the hollow wall, then down the slope toward the creek that ran somewhere below. No movement, no sound, except a distant trickle of water. The air felt heavy. I walked another 100 yards. Then I saw the first pile. It was right beside the trail, on a flat rock the size of a coffee table. At first I thought it was just debris. Then my mind sorted it. A collection of small things, arranged carefully. A torn corner of a snack wrapper, folded into a tight square. A blue plastic bottle cap, set on top. A strip of shoelace. A clump of hair stuck to a twig with dried mud, all placed in a neat little pattern. I knew for sure none of that had been there 2 weeks earlier when the ranger had taken the photo for the trail update online. The rock had been bare in that picture. Someone had made this since then. I stared at it longer than I should have. It looked wrong, personal, like a message I could not read. I told myself to stop being dramatic and keep moving. It was just trash someone had put in one place. I focused on the red ribbons. They were spaced every 20 or 30 feet now, like breadcrumbs. After a while, I noticed that some of the ribbons were tied in pairs, 2 on one branch instead of one. The pairs made a faint zigzag, pointing not straight ahead, but off to the right. The original older ribbons led straight. I stopped. I looked from one to the other. I checked my map again. The map showed one line. The trail. It did not show every twist and turn, just a general arc. The right side of the hollow looked steeper, darker, thicker brush. I stood there in the silence, trying to decide which set of markers to follow. My gut said the old faded ones were from the crew that cut the trail in the first place. The new bright ones could be official, or they could be from anyone. I looked back the way I had come. The woods behind me looked identical to the ones ahead. I had that weird sensation of distance stretching, like I would walk the other way for hours and find myself right back here. I chose the old ribbons. I followed the original line, ignoring the new pairs that angled off. After a minute, maybe two, the red ribbons vanished altogether, and only the faded ones remained. The trail dropped sharply toward the creek. I could hear water more clearly now. I moved slower, testing each step so I would not slip on loose leaves. Between two trees on the right, something caught my eye. A figure. I jerked my head that way, and for a second I could have sworn I saw a man standing about 30 yards off the trail. Dark shirt or jacket, pale face, still as a stump. Then he was gone. I do not know if he stepped behind a tree, or if my brain misread the shapes of trunks and branches, but my heart kicked hard enough that I grabbed a sapling to steady myself. "Hello!" I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the hollow. No answer. I listened. Nothing. No snapped twig. No rustle. I almost called again, then shut my mouth. I could not shake the idea that if someone wanted me to know they were there, they would have already spoken. The silence felt chosen. I kept walking. The trail crossed the creek at a shallow, narrow section. Stones made a natural stepping path. On the far bank, the ground was muddy. There were more boot prints there. Several. Some facing toward me, some away, overlapping each other into a churned mess. The hair on my arms prickled. It looked like someone had paced there, back and forth across the same few feet. I stepped in one of the prints without meaning to, and felt my boot sink half an inch. The water there had a faint rainbow sheen, like oil. On the other side of the creek, the trail climbed again. The hollow opened slightly, but the trees still felt close. I checked my watch. It was nearly noon. I had plenty of daylight. 50 yards from the creek, there was another pile on a rock. This one was not random trash. It was items only a hiker would have. A cheap folding knife with a cracked plastic handle. A lighter that had run out of fuel, its wheel blackened. A rolled ankle brace with dried mud on it, all neatly lined up like a display. Beside them, pressed into the soft moss, was a single set of letters traced with a fingertip. J.M. My initials. I stared until the world seemed to tilt. I checked my pockets and pack. My knife was still clipped inside my shorts pocket. My lighter was in my hip belt. My ankle brace, the one from spraining my ankle last year, was at home in a closet. These were not things I had dropped. They were someone else's. Someone who wanted me to see my own initials in the moss and feel exactly the way I felt right then. Watched. My neck crawled. My scalp prickled under my hat. I said, "This is not funny." My voice came out softer than I intended. The woods did not answer. I picked up the knife, then dropped it again. The idea of putting anything from that little arrangement on my body made me feel sick. I backed away and nearly tripped over a root. The trail continued ahead, and I wanted nothing more than to reach the main trail again. I told myself the fastest way out was forward. Stay en route. Do not panic. I moved faster, but every crunch of my boots sounded too loud. Somewhere behind me, a stick snapped. Not the sharp crack of a dead branch falling. It sounded like something heavy had stepped right on it. Every instinct screamed at me not to look back. I looked anyway. There was nothing there. Just the narrow trail winding between trees, the creek behind, the emptiness of the hollow. I turned back around and nearly ran straight into a third pile. This one was right in the center of the trail, arranged with even more care. 3 stones, flat and gray, stacked one on top of the other. On top of the highest stone, a folded piece of paper held down with a short, clean stick. My registry page from the trail log. I recognized my own handwriting at the top. Jason Miller. Date. Route. The page had been torn cleanly from the spiral. The bottom half of the sheet had new writing in a cramped, shaky script. It said, "Main trail is far. Connector is mine. You do not belong down here." A smear of dirt, or maybe dried mud, marked the corner where a thumb had held it. My mouth went dry. My vision narrowed. Someone had followed me from the trailhead. They had seen my entry, torn it out, carried it into the hollow, and had enough time to get ahead of me to place it here. I scanned every direction. The slopes rose steep on either side. The trees were thick. The creek was behind. The only clear line was ahead and behind. I took the paper and stuffed it in my pocket without thinking. I pushed the stones aside with my boot, stomping hard like I was crushing spiders. I turned and went back toward the creek. Forward might have been the fastest route out, but the idea of walking toward whoever had declared the connector theirs felt like walking willingly into a trap. I moved as fast as I dared, half sliding down leaf-covered patches. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. I kept expecting to see a person step into the trail, that same dark shape I thought I had seen between trees earlier, but no one appeared. When I reached the creek crossing, the boot prints in the mud looked deeper, fuzzier at the edges, like they had been stepped in again since I first saw them. Above me on the slope, a rock clattered. I jerked my head up and caught movement just at the edge of my vision, a figure ducking behind a tree. I could not make out details, just the flash of a dark jacket and the pale oval of a face. I did not call out this time. I sloshed through the creek, without bothering to pick my way along the stepping stones. Cold water filled my boots. I scrambled up the far bank and pushed hard up the trail. My legs burned. My lungs hurt. My pack felt twice as heavy. Every few minutes I heard something behind me. A footstep, a rustle, a stone rolling, always just far enough back that I could not see the source when I turned. When I reached the junction, where the newer red pairs of ribbons had branched away from the old faded ones, I stopped dead. All of the faded original ribbons were gone. Only the bright red ones remained, tied neatly, leading right, deeper into the hollow. The branches where the old ribbons had been were bare except for little shreds of torn plastic fluttering like wounds. Whoever had followed me had used the time between my passing and my return to strip the original markers. The way I came in was not marked anymore. The new route, the one I had chosen not to take, was now the only clearly flagged path. For a second I stood there numb. Then I forced myself to breathe and look at the ground. The dirt still held my own tracks. A thin, pressed line where my boots had passed through before. Those tracks led off in the direction of the old route, faint but visible. I decided right there that I would rather bushwhack out by following my own footprints than trust anything this person had flagged. I followed my prints as best I could. Every time I lost them on dry leaves, I stopped, scanned, then picked them up again where the soil went soft or the tread had pressed into a root or rock. Behind me, once, I heard low laughter. Not hysterical, not cackling, just a single amused sound, too distant to place exactly. I did not turn around. The hollow walls slowly opened, and the light changed. The trees grew taller and farther apart. The air moved more. The sense of being in a compressed space eased. When I finally stepped back onto the main trail, I almost dropped to my knees. The white blazes on the trunks looked like the safest thing I had ever seen. I did not stop. I did not eat. I did not drink. I walked the 6 miles back to the lot at a pace that left my calves cramping. The white truck was still there. As I came around the last bend, I saw a man leaning against the tailgate with his arms crossed. He wore a dark jacket, faded cap, old hiking boots. My heart leaped into my throat. For a second I thought he was the one from the woods, the one I had never clearly seen. He lifted a hand. His face was open and tired. A normal face. "You, Jason?" he asked. I stopped several yards away. "Yeah." He nodded toward the trailhead sign. Ranger called. Said someone tore up the new connector and might be messing with hikers. Asked if I could wait around for you. Make sure you came back. I am volunteer patrol. He held up a laminated card on a lanyard. It had his name on it. Dan Cooper, Trail Steward. Big green logo. There was a radio on the truck bed beside him. "You were on the Carter Hollow route, right?" he asked. I nodded. My throat felt tight. Yeah, I did not finish it. Good, he said. You should not. Not today. He told me that a week earlier, a couple had reported strange things on the connector. Piles of items. Someone watching from the trees. The rangers had pulled the public notice about the trail and were planning to close it until they could check it out. The laminated sheet just had not been taken down yet. He asked if anyone had approached me. I told him about the piles, the registry page, the ripped-out ribbons. When I pulled the folded sheet from my pocket and handed it over, he sucked in a breath. This matches the last one, he said. Last one. He said 2 weeks before, another hiker had come out of the hollow pale and shaking, with a page just like mine. Same handwriting, different message. The rangers had walked in with him after that and found a rough camp near the far end of the connector. Tarps, cans, a pile of trail debris. They never found the owner, just tracks that led in circles and vanished in rocky sections. Dan took my statement, then radioed the ranger. They told me I could go. They would call if they needed more information. I drove home with my hands trembling on the wheel. That night, I dreamed I was back in the hollow, standing over that second pile, staring at my initials in the moss. Except this time, when I looked up, the man was not between trees, at a distance. He was standing on the trail 5 feet away, arm outstretched, holding new red ribbons between his fingers like bait. I woke up with my heart pounding. The Carter Hollow connector is closed now. The park site lists it as unsafe and blocked. People still talk about it in town. Some say it was just a strange drifter who moved on. Others think it is someone local who knows the forest too well, who gets off on the control of changing routes and watching people panic. When I see flagging tape in the woods now, I pay attention to how old it is. I look at who put it there. I do not trust every bright, helpful marker like I used to, because somewhere in those trees, on some rough little route off a main trail, someone decided a piece of public land was theirs. They took a pen to a trail registry and turned my name into a target. They walked ahead of me, behind me, around me, and I never saw them clearly. I only saw the signs they left, the piles, the notes, the red ribbons cutting paths that were never meant to exist, and my initials scratched into the forest floor like a promise that they had picked me out of all that empty quiet just because I chose the wrong day and the wrong shortcut. My name is Andrew, and I have been hiking since I was a kid. But what happened on Ridgepoint Trail 2 summers ago still keeps me awake some nights. Ridgepoint is one of the quieter routes in the Blue Ridge. It is not famous, not well maintained, and definitely not for beginners. There are places where the trail narrows to a few inches next to a steep drop, and there are sections packed so deep with rhododendron you feel like you are climbing through a tunnel. I had taken it twice before. Both times were tough, but beautiful. You get long views of the mountains, a fast creek crossing, and a few miles of solitude that feel like a reward all on their own. I always went with friends before. The third time, I decided to do it alone. It was early June. The weather was stable, no storms forecast. I left my apartment at 6 in the morning and pulled into the small parking turnout around 8. To my surprise, I was not the only one there. A dark gray sedan was parked crooked at the far end, covered in dust like it had been there overnight. The windows were fogged. The rear bumper was dented. There were empty energy drink cans in the grass next to it. I assumed it belonged to another hiker, or maybe someone camping somewhere off the trail. It looked like the kind of car a college kid might own. I did not think much about it until later. I signed the little registry, clipped to the metal box. Name, date, route. The last entry was from 2 days earlier. Someone named Luke. The note said solo overnight. Very vague. A lot of hikers wrote fast and sloppy, so I did not think twice. I started up the trail. A couple miles in, I reached the ridge. The air always feels different up there. Thinner, dry, with the kind of silence that almost rings in your ears. You can walk for 20 minutes without hearing anything louder than your own footsteps. About a quarter of the way through, I passed a small flat clearing with an old stone fire ring. Someone had camped there recently. The ashes were fresh gray, not wet or old. There were footprints in the soft dirt, too. I noticed them because the tread did not match mine. Deeper, bigger. Hikers pass each other all the time. So I shrugged it off. Around the 4-mile mark, the trail dipped into heavier forest. The light there gets darker even when the sky is bright. Ferns grow waist high. It feels like a place things can hide. I walked fast through it, partly because I wanted to get to the creek crossing before noon, partly because that section always makes me feel watched. About halfway through those trees, I saw something that made me stop. A small blue sleeping bag was lying unzipped on the side of the trail. At first I thought someone had dropped it, but when I got closer, I saw it had been placed neatly, not tossed, placed. The fabric was dirty and damp, and the end near the zipper had a tear, like it had been ripped open quickly. Something about the way it lay there made the hairs on my neck go up. I crouched down and looked at it. The fabric near the tear was pinched inward, like handprints had pulled at it. I checked the trees on either side. Nothing moved. No birds. No wind. A little voice in my head said, "Someone left this here on purpose." I stood and walked on, slower now, listening for anything behind me. My boots sounded too loud. My breathing did too. When I reached the next patch of open ridge, I felt the sun on my shoulders and let myself relax a little. That was when I heard it. Not footsteps. A voice. It was faint, drifting from the trees behind me. A single word, I think. Something like, "Hello." Not a shout, not scared, just a quiet call. I froze and waited for it again. Nothing. I turned around and stared into the shadowed tree line. The longer I looked, the more convinced I became that someone was standing back there, just out of view. I told myself to stop imagining things. I forced myself forward. The trail narrowed as it approached the creek. I could hear rushing water in the distance, fast and bubbling. I focused on that sound and kept moving. The next thing I found was a torn piece of a map. It was pinned to a tree branch with a short wooden twig pushed through it like a crude tack. The edges were frayed. The plastic coating was scraped. I recognized it immediately. It was the same type of waterproof map the Park Service sold at the visitor center. Someone had circled Ridgepoint Trail on it in red ink. The name Luke was written next to the circle. Under it, scribbled hard enough to dent the paper, were 3 words. Not going back. My stomach dropped. I looked around again. The creek was maybe 100 yards ahead. I could hear it clearly now. The air felt cooler. I kept the torn map piece and shoved it in my pocket even though it made my hands shake. I crossed the creek on a fallen log. On the far side, I noticed more footprints in the mud. Same wide tread as before. Fresh, heading deeper into the woods. The trail after the creek gets steep. It climbs through scattered boulders, and then along a narrow ledge. I was breathing hard by the time I reached the midpoint. And that was when I saw the first sign. It was a tree. A tall, old pine with a wide trunk. Something had been carved into the bark recently. The cut marks were still pale. "Help me." I have seen messages carved by hikers before. Names, initials, random jokes. This did not look like any of those. The letters were jagged, uneven. Some too deep, others shallow. Like they had been carved fast, with shaking hands. I reached out and touched the bark. It was cold. A metallic clink sounded somewhere behind me. I spun around. Nothing. The trail behind me was empty. The trees stood in a long line of shadows. My shoulders tightened so hard it hurt. Something was wrong on Ridgepoint. Something had gone wrong before I got there. I kept walking. Every few minutes I stopped and listened. I kept thinking I heard someone matching my steps from farther back. When I stopped, the sound stopped. At mile 8, the trail dipped toward a marshy patch before the final climb. I stepped over roots and logs, trying not to look down too long because I did not want to see footprints again. But I saw something worse. A backpack. It sat upright on a rock beside the trail. The fabric was muddy. The straps were torn. One of the zippers had been yanked open so violently the teeth had snapped. I recognized the brand. It was the same one sold in the small outfitter near the visitor station. I stepped closer and saw a patch sewn on the top flap. A name. L.M. Luke. The name from the registry. I unzipped the top. Inside were a few crushed granola bars, a crushed water filter, and a notebook. The notebook was bent, the cover wet. I opened it. Only 2 pages had writing. The first page said, "Saw him again. He is following me. He will not talk." The next page had a shaky line down the left side and a smear of dirt across the bottom. In the middle, written in capital letters so deep the pencil had torn the paper, were 5 words. "He sleeps in the trees." I closed the notebook fast and shoved it back inside the pack. My heart felt like it was beating in my throat. This was not a lost hiker leaving random trash. This was someone leaving evidence. Evidence of what I did not want to guess. I backed away from the backpack and almost tripped over a branch. When I turned to catch myself, I saw movement up on the ridge, above the swampy area. A dark figure, tall, still, facing me. I blinked hard. When I opened my eyes again, it was gone. But the feeling stayed. The exact same feeling I had when I found the sleeping bag, when I found the map, when I heard that faint voice. Someone was watching me. I stopped trying to make myself believe it was my imagination. I turned around and started heading back toward the creek. Every 10 or 15 seconds I glanced behind me. Nothing. 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 Then, at one point, I saw branches sway like someone had just passed through them. No wind, just motion. I picked up my pace. By the time I reached the creek again, I was practically jogging. The water splashed up into my boots as I crossed the fallen log. My breath came fast and shallow. On the far side, I stopped for a second. I listened. At first there was only the creek, then the softest crunch, leaves being pressed underfoot, slow steps, measured. Not running, following. I started moving again, fast. I saw the tree with "Help Me" carved again. I passed it without slowing, past the torn map, past the sleeping bag now lying half off the trail where it had slid. The ridge section felt like it stretched forever. The sun was high, but the air felt colder. My hands were shaking so hard I kept missing my water bottle strap. Somewhere behind me, I heard a snapping sound, like a branch giving under weight. I started running. Branches whipped my arms. My pack slammed against my back. I could not hear anything but my own boots and my pulse pounding. When the parking lot finally came into view, I almost cried out loud. The gray sedan was still there. The windows were fogged again, but now I noticed something else. The driver's side door was open. Just a crack, but open. I slowed only enough to see if anyone was inside. There was a wallet on the passenger seat, a phone on the floor, clothes piled in the back. The driver's seat was empty. The keys were still in the ignition. I ran to my own car and got inside. I locked the doors. I turned the engine on so fast I nearly flooded it. Before I pulled away, I forced myself to look at the tree line one last time, just to be sure. At first I saw nothing but shadows. Then a shape stepped out from behind a trunk, tall, thin, wearing what looked like an oversized dark jacket, head tilted slightly to one side, like he was studying me. He did not move toward the lot. He just stood there, watching. I felt like I was frozen to the seat. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. I could not see his face clearly. It was too shadowed, but I saw enough. He was not surprised to see me, not confused, not lost. He was waiting. I tore my gaze away and slammed the gas. Gravel kicked up behind me. I did not look in the rearview mirror until I reached the main road. When I finally called the ranger station that afternoon, they told me an officer would meet me at the lot. They found the sedan still there, but no sign of Luke. The last registry page under his name was checked. The ranger confirmed he had not returned. They asked if I wanted to give a statement. I did, but I left out one thing. I did not tell them that the figure I saw on the ridge looked directly at me, like he already knew my name, like he had been watching the whole time, waiting for me to notice the signs he left behind, waiting to see if I would keep going deeper into Ridge Point the way Luke did, waiting for me to take one wrong turn and disappear into the trees the way others might have. I do not hike alone anymore, not even short trails, not even crowded ones, because the forest used to feel peaceful. But now, every time I hear a branch snap where it should not, I think of the notebook, the last words on that torn page. He sleeps in the trees. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I hear soft steps outside my apartment window, slow and measured, like someone who has all the time in the world. My name is Matt, and the story I am about to tell is why I will never again hike alone in real mountains. I grew up in Kansas. Mountains were postcards and wallpapers until my mid-20s. When I moved to Colorado for work, I fell in love with the idea of high country, thin air, jagged peaks. That feeling when the trees fall away and you are walking above everything that normally matters. By the time this happened, I had done a dozen summits, all of them on marked routes, all of them with other people. That autumn, I decided I was ready to try a quieter peak by myself. The mountain I chose was called Taylor Ridge. It sits on the edge of a small town that makes most of its money in summer from fishermen and in winter from snowmobile rentals. Taylor Ridge is not famous. No crowds, no gift shop mugs with the name on them. A guy at work told me about it over lunch. Said there was an old trail that started from a rough dirt road and wound up a long valley to a saddle. Nothing technical, just a long day. He said his uncle used to hunt near there. I picked the first clear weekend in October. The forecast said cold nights, mild days, no big storms coming. My friend Daniel planned to go with me, but he got sick the day before and backed out. Any other time I would have rescheduled. That time I said I would be fine. I left Denver before dawn. The highway was empty and black. The only light was from my own headlights and the occasional gas station far off the road. As the sky started to lighten, mountains rose around me like dark walls. The directions my coworker gave me were simple. Turn onto a county road just past mile marker 74. Follow that until the pavement ended. Keep going on the dirt until I saw a rusted cattle gate on the right. The old trailhead was just beyond. I found the county road with no trouble. After 10 minutes, the pavement turned to packed dirt, with potholes the size of bathtubs. I crept along in first gear. The sun finally cleared the ridge and turned the dust in front of my hood gold. The cattle gate was easy to spot, leaning at a slant, covered in chipped red paint, sagging on one hinge. There was a pullout just big enough for 2 vehicles. I parked there. I was not alone. A green pickup sat at the far end of the pullout. The paint was faded almost to gray. The bed was full of tarps and buckets. The front license plate was missing. The rear plate was caked with mud. There was no one in the cab. At first I assumed it belonged to another hiker or a hunter. Then I noticed a thin layer of pine needles on the windshield and hood, enough to make me think it had been sitting there a while. I told myself not to be weird about it. It was an old truck in the woods, not a ghost. I signed the little metal trail register that was nailed to a post beside the path. The sheet inside was half full of names from summer. The last date on the list was from almost 3 weeks before. Nobody had written anything since. I added my name and the date and looked at the blank space under my entry longer than I meant to. The first section of trail was easy. It cut through a stand of tall fir trees, then broke into a meadow full of frozen grass. The air was cold enough that my breath showed in front of my face. Patches of old snow sat in the shade. I followed faded paint on trees, old white rectangles that were flaking off the bark. Here and there, small rock piles marked the way. After an hour, I was deep in the valley. The trail crossed a creek and started to climb the left side. The ridge climbed ahead in a long line dotted with rock outcrops. That was when I noticed the first strange thing. A small rock pile sat at a fork in the path. It was too neat. 5 flat stones balanced in a perfect little tower. One trail went straight ahead and matched the line on my map. The other veered right into a narrow gully, full of loose rocks. The rock pile sat on the right. I stared at it for a moment. That right branch did not show on the screen. The map line hugged the left side of the valley all the way to the saddle. I knew that. I had checked it at home. Double and triple. The little stack of stones made me hesitate anyway. The right branch looked more beaten. More footsteps had gone that way recently. In the dirt at the start of the gully were boot prints. Deep. Some larger than mine. large enough that the pressure had left sharp edges. I looked down the left branch. Almost no prints, just old indentations from summer. My gut told me to stay left where the map showed the trail. Then I heard my coworker's voice in my head. There is a shortcut through a gully if you want to make it a little more interesting. I cursed myself for not asking him for more detail. I told myself the rock pile probably marked that shortcut. Maybe they had rerouted the trail since the map was made. Maybe the left path was older and no longer maintained. The right gully was steeper but not impossible. It would meet the ridge higher up and cut some distance. I went right. The gully climbed fast, loose rock underfoot, short scrub on the sides. The walls closed in the higher I went. After 15 minutes, the main valley floor was hidden behind me. There was only rock and the thin strip of sky overhead. At first, I could still see faint boot prints here and there. Then the rock underfoot turned to slabs and gravel. Any sign of tread vanished. The walls pressed closer and blocked the view ahead and behind. I kept going, telling myself I would soon top out and see the saddle. The wind picked up as the sun rose higher. The temperature stayed cold. In some pockets there was ice on the stones. After another 20 minutes, I realized something that stopped me cold. The sun was on the wrong side. On the map, the valley ran roughly east to west. The sun should have stayed on my left as I went up. Instead, it was more behind me, throwing my shadow long ahead in the gully. I pulled the map out again. I checked the compass. The needle did not match what I felt under my feet. The gully had curved, without me really noticing. Instead of taking me toward the ridge, it had swung around toward the backside of the mountain. I had left the trail. I stood there fighting down a wave of panic. The stone walls around me felt closer. The silence seemed heavier. Going back meant down-climbing loose scree and slabs with no clear path. My footprints, what few there had been, were gone. Going forward meant committing to a way I did not know. I chose up. The gully narrowed more. At one point, there was a chalkstone wedged across it at chest height. I had to brace myself and slide under it on my side, scraping my jacket on granite. As I pushed through and stood on the other side, I saw something that made my skin crawl. A fresh cigarette butt sat on a flat rock at knee level. The end was crushed neatly. No ash around it. Beside it, a boot print smudged the dust. I had not seen anyone on the trail. There were no cars besides the old truck. The butt looked new, not weathered. Someone had been here recently, maybe this morning. I listened. Nothing but wind, whistling down the rock. I told myself a hunter might use this gully, or an old-timer from town who knew the backside of the ridge. The idea that it might be the owner of the pickup crossed my mind and would not leave. I climbed higher. The gully finally spilled out onto a broken slope of talus below a cliff band. From there, I could see the open land beyond. My stomach tightened. I was on the wrong side of the mountain. The ridgeline I meant to reach rose to my left. Between it and me was a steep slope of boulders and scrub that looked unstable. Somewhere down and around that slope lay the main valley and the actual trail. I just had to reach it. I checked the time. It was already past 10. I had lost more than an hour in the gully. Clouds had started to build over the high peaks to the west. Thin at first, then thicker, piling on top of each other like gray wool. The forecast had not mentioned storms, but in the mountains that did not mean much. I decided to traverse left under the cliffs. That kept me at roughly the same elevation and would probably intersect the ridge if I stayed steady. The rock was awful. Loose blocks shifted under my boots. Small stones rolled away with each step and bounced downslope with hollow clacks. Shrubs grabbed at my ankles. I had made it maybe a quarter mile when I saw the first sign that I was not alone. At the base of one tall pine stood another rock pile, larger than the others. 10 stones, stacked in a tapered shape. Stuck into the pile was a short branch. Impaled on the end of the branch like a little flag was a plastic grocery bag. On the bag, in black permanent marker, someone had written one word. No. The letters were crooked but thick. The marker strokes were fresh. The plastic had not faded. I stared at it for a long time. The word felt less like a warning about the terrain and more like a message to me. Do not be here. Do not keep going. I scanned the slopes above and below. The hair on my neck was standing up. I saw nothing but rock and trees. For a second I considered turning back to the gully and trying to down climb. Then the wind picked up and drove a gust of cold air against my face that smelled like snow. I kept traversing. The clouds thickened. The light went flat. The world lost its depth and turned gray. That made it harder to judge distance and slope. More than once I slid on loose stone and had to catch myself on my hands. Then, as I stepped around a boulder, I almost walked into a small clearing. In the clearing were signs of a camp, a blackened ring of stones, ash in the center. A small, low structure made from branches leaned against the side of a boulder, just tall enough for a person to lie under. Beside it lay a roll of cheap foam pad. On top of the pad, someone had left several items arranged in a careful line. A rusted hunting knife, a pair of cracked binoculars, a set of keys with a plastic tag that said Shell on one side, the logo from the gas station chain. The knife blade was stained dark. The binocular lenses were scratched. The keys were clean. Under the keys was a folded slip of paper. Every instinct in me told me not to touch it. I picked it up anyway. The paper was a receipt. The logo matched the tag. It was for fuel and a cup of coffee from the station in the town at the base of the mountain. The name at the top was written in ink. Cole Newton. I checked the date. It was from late August. One of the weekends my coworker had told me he and his uncle had been hunting. On the back of the receipt someone had written more words with the same marker used on the bag. Road is watched. Use creek bed. Stay out of sights. The letters were more cramped, slightly messy. The writing looked rushed. I looked around that camp again and saw things I had missed at first. 2 tall trees with large branches had small platforms lashed high in their forks. Crude but functional. From those heights you could see the pullout with a cattle gate. You could see anyone who parked there and walked up the first part of the trail. The thought settled in my chest like a stone. Someone had been watching that road and that trail from above. The green pickup with the muddy plates came back into my mind, and this time I could not push it out. I put the receipt back exactly where it had been. I did not want whoever used this camp to know I had touched anything. I backed away from the clearing. As I turned to leave, a sound echoed across the rocks. A whistle. Short, high, 3 notes rising. It came from somewhere up the slope above me. Then another responded from farther away. 2 notes, lower. My throat went dry. They were not bird calls, not random noise. It was a pattern. I did not wait to hear if they whistled again. I started moving as fast as I could without sliding out. My only goal was to get out of whatever area those signals were marking. The wind shifted again and brought with it the sharp smell of snow and a distant rumble, a low growl that rolled over the ridge like someone dragging furniture across the sky. The storm had arrived. Tiny pellets of ice started to sting my face. The slope turned slick as those pellets gathered on the rock. The clouds dropped so low, I lost all sense of where the main valley was. I turned my steps downhill. It was an ugly descent. I slipped often. Once, I went down on my hips so hard that my teeth clacked. I could not hear any more whistles over the wind. A part of me was grateful for that. Another part wondered if the storm was exactly the kind of cover those signals were meant to call attention to. After what felt like an hour of fighting down loose stone and scrub, I reached trees again. Dense fir, dark even in daylight. I could not see the valley floor from where I was. I chose a direction that felt right and pushed through, hoping to intersect the creek or the original trail. Branches slapped my face. Snow gathered on my hat and shoulders. My boots sank into drifts that had been hiding in the shade. I had just convinced myself that I was finally dropping into the valley when I stepped into another small open spot and froze. In front of me, nailed to a tree at eye level, was a piece of metal, a license plate, green background, white letters, Colorado colors. The numbers had been scratched until they were unreadable. Someone had driven nails through the corners and hung it like a sign. Under it, carved crudely into the bark, were more words. No road this way. My chest locked. I had not seen any sign of a road. The map did not show any on this side. but someone had cared enough to mark that message and leave a trophy. I backed away and turned left, trying to angle away from whatever track the plate had come from. My ankle twisted on a hidden rock. I went down hard and felt a hot burst of pain as something tore in my lower leg. For a moment I just lay there in the snow, staring up at the gray sky. If I could not walk, I was done. I forced myself to stand. The ankle held, but screamed with every step. I could put weight on it if I moved carefully. I limped forward. The trees slowly thinned. The roar of water grew louder. When I finally stumbled out onto a wide creek bed, I nearly cried from relief. The creek itself was mostly dry. Just a trickle of cold water ran between rocks. The bed was wide and full of boulders. On the opposite bank, I could see a faint line that looked like a trail cutting through the brush. I followed the creek down. At some point in that descent, I saw a shape in the rocks ahead that made my stomach drop. A boot. It lay on its side, on a boulder near the edge of the creek. Dark leather. The laces were missing. The sole was worn. Inside the boot, half hidden, was a rolled piece of paper. This time, I did not touch it. I went wide around that rock, picking my way over other stones. I did not want to know what message waited in there, or who had left it. The creek bed twisted and turned. Finally, after more than an hour of hobbling, I saw a wooden bridge ahead, rough planks over a narrower part of the water. Beyond it, a clear dirt track, the actual trail. I limped onto it and let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. The blazes on the trees looked bright and fresh, civilization in paint. I followed them out. The storm passed as quickly as it had come. By the time I reached the cattle gate, the clouds were breaking. Patches of blue showed overhead. The pullout looked the same as when I had left it, except for one thing. The green pickup was gone. There were fresh tire tracks in the dust where it had been. The prints led back toward the main road. I got in my car and drove straight to town. At the small sheriff office, I told a deputy what had happened. I did not mention every detail. I left out the boot with the rolled paper and the words carved in the tree. I did tell him about the license plate camp and the whistles and the way the gully had been marked with that neat little stack of stones. He listened with a serious face and wrote notes on a pad. When I mentioned the name on the receipt, Cole Newton, he frowned. He said there had been a missing person report from late summer. A man by that name from the Front Range, last seen in town, headed toward the mountains to hunt. The case was still open. I gave him the rough location of the camp and the little shelter as best I could remember. He said search and rescue would take a look when the weather cleared again. I went home. For weeks after, I kept checking news from that county. There was one short article about officials reminding hunters to stick to marked roads and trails and not leave vehicles at unofficial pullouts. Nothing about arrests, or bodies, or illegal camps. I still do not know who built that shelter on the wrong side of Taylor Ridge. I do not know who was watching the road from those platforms and listening for cars in the pullout. I do not know if they were involved in that missing hunter, or if that receipt was there for some other reason. I just know that someone out there knows every gully and creek bed in that piece of mountain better than any map will ever show. Someone walks those blind routes and does not want strangers anywhere near them. Now, when people ask why I hike only on busy trails, I smile and say I like the company. I do not tell them about the moment I realized the sun was in the wrong place, or the first time I heard that whistle. I do not tell them about coming out of the trees and seeing the empty space where that truck had been, and knowing that whoever owned it had been somewhere above me for most of the day. Some nights, when I wake up at 3 in the morning and my apartment is quiet and dark, I picture those stacked stones in the fork of the path, the ones I chose to follow, even though my map told me not to. I think about how easy it was to step into the wrong gully and how hard it was to get back out, and I wonder how many people never did. My name is Eric, and the night I got lost in the Sawtooth Mountains is the closest I have ever come to dying because of another human being. I was 31, in good shape, and stupidly confident. I had been hiking for years, but always on marked trails with friends. That winter, I decided I needed a challenge. I picked a route called the Northern Snowline Traverse. It was a long ridge hike people usually did in summer, but I had found a blog post from some guy who claimed he did it in late winter and said the views were unbeatable. I wanted that view, that feeling, the silence of snow and sky. I planned a one-night trip, hike to a basin near the ridge, camp, then summit the next morning and return. I told my sister where I would be. I packed a beacon, microspikes, layers, everything a responsible winter hiker should bring. But I still made the mistake. I still trusted signs that were not mine. I arrived at the trailhead around 9 in the morning. The lot was empty, except for an old silver Jeep parked crooked near the trees. It had no plates and no stickers. The windshield was cracked. The tires looked half flat. The snow around it had been trampled recently, but not enough to show a clear pattern. There was a wooden trail sign with the route name carved into it. I signed the sheet in the metal box beside it. Only one person had signed in that whole week, a name I did not recognize. Phil Hansen. No date out listed, just in. I shrugged it off. People forgot to mark out. It happened all the time. The first 2 miles were easy. Light snow on the trail, a clear view of the ridge through the pines. I heard nothing but my own breathing and the occasional creak of tree trunks shifting in the cold. About an hour in, I saw the first odd thing. A small stick structure stood beside the trail. Someone had built a little shape from twigs, a triangle with another across the top, like a crude arrow pointing uphill. I assumed a skier had made it for fun. Kids sometimes built things like that, so I ignored it. A mile later there was another. Same shape, same size, pointing the same direction. Then another. After the fourth one I stopped and crouched to look at it more closely. The sticks were broken clean, not snapped by ice. They had been placed carefully. The snow around them was packed down by boots, not animals. Someone had gone ahead of me not long ago and marked the trail with these little wooden arrows. I should have felt relieved, like I would not be alone out there. Instead, a strange heaviness settled in my chest. The arrows did not look playful. They looked precise, deliberate, like the person who made them wanted someone else to follow. I kept going, but slower now. I kept listening. Near noon, I reached the first overlook, a wide ledge with a view down to a frozen lake. I sat on a rock and took out my thermos. The air was crisp and full of that thin winter silence that always made me feel both alive and small. That was when I heard a noise, a soft crunch from behind a stand of firs a little below the ledge. Not a squirrel, not a branch falling, something with weight. I stood and scanned the trees, tightening my grip on my trekking pole. The forest looked still, dark, empty. After a minute, the sound stopped. I told myself it was a deer. I drank the rest of my tea and moved on. The basin I planned to camp in was another 1.5 miles up. The snow got deeper. I put my microspikes on and pressed forward. Every now and then, I saw more stick arrows, always pointing uphill. There were boot prints, too. One set, deep, longer than mine. Someone had come through with heavy boots and a long stride. The tread looked like a standard hiking boot, but the spacing was wider. I told myself it had to be the guy from the registry. Phil. Maybe he was ahead of me. Maybe he had left the Jeep in the lot. I did not know that yet, of course. That part only bothered me later. I reached the basin around 2:30, a wide, flat opening in the trees with a frozen stream cutting through. It was ringed by cliffs and long slopes. The ridge loomed behind, tall and white and sharp. There were signs of a camp, a small circle of packed snow where a tent had been, a melted patch where a stove had sat, footprints leading out of the basin toward the ridge. But no person. The stick arrows continued. One was planted right in the middle of the basin, pointing to the far slope, pointing to the ridge. I stood there a long time. I should have set up my tent, should have started melting water, should have relaxed and prepared for morning. Instead, I kept staring at that arrow. It looked too intentional, too neatly placed, like an instruction. The snow around it was disturbed, not messy, just walked on by someone who had stood there long enough to pack it down. I knelt and pushed my gloves into the footprints. The snow was still firm, not iced over. Not recent, but fresh enough that the person had been there earlier that day. I ate a snack and tried to shake the feeling. The sky was clear. The mountain looked perfect. I wanted that summit. So I followed the footprints up the slope. The tracks led toward the ridge in a straight diagonal line. No zigzag, no switchbacks. Just a direct, steep push. Halfway up, the prints changed. Instead of one set of boot marks, there were two. One ahead, one behind. The second set followed the first very closely, step for step, almost overlapping. Someone had been following someone else. The snow got deeper near the ridge. I dug my spikes in and climbed slowly. I kept checking over my shoulder. The basin was far below now. The trees looked tiny. I saw no one on the slope. At the crest of the ridge, I finally heard something clearly. A whistle, 3 short notes carried on the wind. I froze. It was not a bird sound. It was human, crisp, deliberate, somewhere farther along the ridge. Then another whistle answered. 2 longer notes, a call and response. I crouched in the snow, heart pounding, staring down the ridgeline. The footprints I was following continued ahead for maybe 100 yards, then vanished into a patch of shadow under a rocky lip. I did not like that. I did not like that at all. The wind cut across the ridge hard. I moved low, careful, staying behind whatever cover I could find. As I approached the rocky lip, I saw something that made my blood go cold. There were no prints continuing past the lip. The prints led to the base of the rocks. Then nothing. It was like both sets of tracks ended there. I edged closer until I could lean over the lip. Below it was a narrow gully dropping into shadow. The tracks did not lead down. Not in the snow, at least. Someone had climbed over the lip and moved across the rocks deliberately, leaving no prints in the snow. Someone who knew what they were doing. I had no reason to continue. I had every reason to turn around and get down before dark. Then I saw it. Pinned to a small branch frozen into the snow was a scrap of lined paper, half torn, a smear across the corner like a thumbprint. I reached for it with a shaking hand. Scrawled in pen across the page was a message. Do not follow him. Go down now. He goes higher and waits. I stared at the paper until my breath fogged it. I heard another whistle. Closer this time. 2 notes. Then silence. I stuffed the paper into my jacket and backed away from the lip. I turned and started moving down the ridge fast. Too fast. Halfway down, I slipped and slid several feet before slamming against a buried rock. The impact rattled my teeth. I forced myself up and continued. I kept looking over my shoulder. Every dark shape between trees looked like a person. Every gust of snow sounded like footsteps. When I reached the basin, it felt wrong. Too quiet. Too still. The stick arrow in the center was gone. Just a bare patch of snow where it had been. The single line of footprints leading out of the basin were gone too, smoothed over by someone dragging something across them or shuffling deliberately. I hurried across the basin and into the trees. As I reached the first stand, I heard a soft crunch off to my right. I spun, ready to see someone. Nothing. Then a faint whistle. 3 notes. Behind me, I started moving as fast as the snow allowed. By the time I reached the overlook again, the sun was dipping behind the ridge. The air turned orange, then blue. Long shadows stretched across the valley. I reached the spot where I had heard the first crunch hours earlier. This time, I saw something I had missed before. A small pine near the trail had a series of knife marks in the bark. Vertical slashes, 3 in a row. Fresh enough that the inner wood was still pale. I did not stop. I made it back to the lower trail just before full darkness. I was sweating inside my layers and shaking from the cold. When the trailhead finally came into view, the silver Jeep was still there. Except now the driver's side door was open, wide open. Snow on the seat, no one inside. I did not check it. I did not slow down. I went straight to my car, locked the doors, and turned the engine on. Just before pulling out, I looked at the metal trail sign one more time. Something was hanging from the bottom of the wooden frame. A stick structure, the triangle I had seen all day, balanced perfectly on a nail. A faint smear of dark red at the tip of one stick. I drove to town in near silence. At the sheriff's office, I reported everything: the paper, the whistles, the tracks that doubled, the jeep, the missing arrows. The deputy listened without interrupting. His face slowly drained of color. He told me that a man had gone missing on that trail 2 weeks before. Not Phil. That name on the registry had no matching address, no emergency contact, nothing. The signature might be fake. The missing man was named Mark Rain. He had gone up there alone. They found his camp half buried in snow near the basin, but never found him. The only clue they found was a shirt caught on a branch near the ridge with 3 vertical cuts down the back, like someone had dragged a blade across it. Search and rescue had no answer. No prints, no trail, just vanished. I gave them the scrap of paper. The writing on it did not match Mark's handwriting from his forms. They asked if I had seen anyone. I told them no, only sounds, only signs. The sheriff thanked me and told me not to return until they cleared the area. It was closed 2 days later. That was 2 years ago. I still hike, but never in winter, and never alone. Because sometimes at night, when the wind outside my apartment whistles through the cracks in the siding, it sounds like 2 notes and then 3. And I think of the message pinned in the snow. Do not follow him. Go down now. He goes higher and waits. My name is Logan, and the night I got lost on Granite Pass is the first time in my life I understood how a person can disappear without leaving a trace. Granite Pass sits in the northern Rockies, not a tourist route, not a place families hike. The climb is steep, and the weather can turn violent without warning. Most people only attempt it in late summer when the snow retreats and the wind dies down. I decided to try it in early November because I wanted solitude. I had just turned 30 and I felt stuck. Stuck in a job I hated. Stuck in a quiet apartment. Stuck in a routine that never changed. I figured a long day in the mountains might shake something loose. I arrived at the small pullout near the unofficial trailhead around 9 in the morning. There was only one other vehicle there. A black SUV with mud splashed up past the windows. The tires were worn. The back hatch had a tarp taped over one corner like the glass had been broken. It looked like the kind of vehicle that had been living on back roads for months. No one was inside it. The trail itself started at an opening in a line of pines. The ground rose steeply almost immediately. The air was cold and thin. Frost coated the grass. A thin dusting of snow lay in the shadows where the sun had not reached. There was a wooden sign beside the trees. Someone had carved words into it with a knife. Stay left of the ridge. Do not drop into the North Basin. I studied the sign for a moment. The warning felt too direct, almost personal. It did not look official. The knife marks were uneven, fresh enough that the exposed wood was not weathered. I told myself it was an old warning meant for snowmobilers. Something about avalanche danger. I stepped onto the trail. The first mile was steep, but steady. I warmed up fast. The sun shone bright across the top of the ridge. The air looked clean and sharp. When I reached the first overlook, I pulled out my phone. No service. I expected that. The valley below was deep and empty. Not a cabin in sight. The second strange thing happened a little after 11. I saw footprints. Not unusual on a trail. What made them strange was the spacing. The prints were a single set, deep, longer than mine by a few inches. The strides were long. Whoever made them had been moving fast or covering ground with a steady, confident pace. They were fresh, the edges crisp in the thin snow. I assumed they belonged to the owner of the black SUV. Maybe they started the hike earlier. Maybe they camped somewhere up the ridge. The prints continued ahead. I followed them for a mile before seeing something that stopped me. A boot print pointed backward. Just one. Tilted at a slight angle. It looked like the person had stopped, turned around, planted one foot, and then kept going forward. The odd part was that there were no marks of pacing. No second turn. Just that one backward print. It was like the person had looked behind them once and then kept walking. I stared downhill at the empty trail. No one was coming. No branches moved. No sound carried on the wind. The feeling that I was being watched settled into my gut like a stone. I kept going. Near noon, the trail split. I had seen the split on my map, but expected signs. Instead, there were only trees. The left path climbed toward the ridge. The right dropped into a narrow chute of rock and snow. There was a marker someone had set up. A tall branch stuck upright in the ground with a strip of fabric tied to it. The fabric was red, bright red, too bright to have been there long. It fluttered like an instruction. Go right. The boot prints went right too, but the carved warning on the sign at the trailhead replayed in my mind. Stay left of the ridge. Do not drop into the North Basin. The right path pointed directly into the North Basin. I knew this. I also knew that someone had very deliberately placed that red cloth where it could not be missed. For a full minute, I stood there trying to convince myself that the older sign at the trailhead was wrong. Maybe conditions had changed. Maybe the new route was safer. Maybe the person ahead had better information. But the truth was quieter and heavier than that. The more I studied the red cloth, the more wrong it looked. The knot was too tight, the fabric too clean, the stick too straight. It felt staged. A marker meant for someone. A marker meant for me. I stepped left. I did not walk 5 minutes before the first echo hit. A chop of sound, hard to describe. Not like a branch breaking, not like a bird call. More like someone striking two pieces of wood together. One sharp knock, then another. I stopped and looked around. The wind was still. The ridge above was empty. Then a second set of knocks answered. Farther away. Lower tone. A call and response. Someone was signaling, or warning, or searching. That was when the quiet in the mountains changed from peaceful to threatening. The air felt heavy. The snow under my boots sounded too loud. Even the sun looked different, cold instead of bright. I pushed forward. The ridge climb was slow. At points, I had to use hands and feet to scramble over rock. The boot prints from earlier did not appear anywhere on this route. It made me feel alone again, but in the wrong way. Around 1:30, I reached a flat bench just before the ridge crest. I took a moment to rest. The wind had picked up. Thin clouds had begun to build. That was when I found the jacket. It sat folded on a rock. Black, thick, a winter hiking coat. The sleeves were neatly crossed, like someone had laid it out with care. I checked the inside. The lining was warm, the fabric dry, no frost, no damp from snow. Someone had left it there recently. The hood had a name written in faded marker. Foster. Not a first name or last name I recognized. I scanned the area but saw no pack, no gear, no person. Just that jacket waiting on the rock, like someone had stepped away briefly. I did not touch it. Something about it made my mouth go dry. I left it and continued up the ridge. When I reached the top, clouds had swallowed half the sky. The wind shoved hard against my chest. The view on the far side was a sweep of white basins and dark cliffs, beautiful but dead silent. I turned to follow the ridge south toward the summit. A few hundred yards ahead was a shape, a man. He stood still near a rocky outcrop, back turned, dark coat, hands at his sides, facing the drop into the basin. I slowed but kept moving. I was relieved at first. Another hiker meant safety, company, proof I was not imagining things. I called out, "Hey!" He did not turn. I walked closer, maybe 30 yards now. The wind carried my voice straight to him. "Hey man." No reaction. I walked closer, 20 yards. He did not move, not even a shift of weight. Something was wrong with his posture. His shoulders were hunched forward, like he was leaning slightly over the drop. His head was angled down, not like he was looking at the view, more like he was listening to something below. I reached 15 yards and stopped. A cold wave rolled through me so hard it took my breath. The man was wearing the same jacket I had seen folded on the rock. The coat was identical, the same brand, same color, same worn cuff, except this one had tears in the back of the right sleeve, long slices in the fabric, like someone had dragged something sharp down the arm. I backed up a step without thinking. The wind shifted. The man's head turned slightly, barely, just an inch, but enough to see the side of his face. His cheek was pale, his eye unfocused. He did not look at me. He looked past me at something far down the ridge. Or someone. A voice carried up from somewhere behind me. Low. Male. Close enough to hear, but not close enough to understand the words. Then another voice answered farther down the ridge. Not shouting. Not calling. Just speaking. Then silence. The man in the torn coat took a step forward. For one terrifying second I thought he was going to jump. Instead, he turned to face the basin fully. His hands opened slowly. Then he walked down the slope. Not carefully. Not like a hiker navigating snow. He walked down as if he had walked that same line 1,000 times. Straight into the deep basin that the trailhead sign had warned about. I watched him disappear behind a ridge of snow. I waited to hear slides. Cracks. Evidence of an avalanche. Nothing came. He was gone. The sky darkened to the color of slate. A cold gust hit my chest and shoved me backward. I did not want to follow him. I did not want to go in the direction of those voices. I turned and started down the ridge the other way. The trail vanished under snow. I cut down the side of the mountain, moving as fast as I dared. The slope was steep, the footholds unstable. My legs ached. My breath burned. And then I heard the knock again. One sharp strike of wood on wood. Then another, closer than before. I hurried. The ridge sloped into a forest of tall pines. The light dimmed under their canopy. Snow fell in slow, quiet flakes. The ground was uneven with shallow drifts. Somewhere behind me, footsteps crunched. Heavy, slow, measured. Not the fast pace of someone trying to catch up. Someone taking their time. Someone confident they could find me. I did not look back. A few minutes later, I stumbled onto a faint trail. A narrow strip of old dirt and broken needles. I followed it with my heart slamming against my ribs. The trail twisted between trees and dropped into a gully that felt wrong. Too narrow, too dark, the air colder, the snow thicker. I realized with a sick drop in my stomach that I had made a mistake. I was dropping toward the North Basin. I climbed out as fast as I could. My shoes slipped. My hands burned against ice. My breath came out in raw gasps. I reached a small rise and saw a gap between trees. Through it, I could see the valley floor. Far, too far. The wrong valley, the wrong side. My head spun. I checked my compass. The needle swung strangely, not steady, not pointing north. Some kind of interference. I hit the casing. The needle twitched but did not settle. Somewhere beyond the trees, I heard the voices again. Two men, speaking low, calm, like they were discussing something ordinary. I crouched, tried to listen. I could not make out the words, only the tone. Focused, intent, not lost, not confused. Hunters maybe, or trackers, but the way they spoke made my spine tighten, like they were planning something only they understood. I backed away from the slope and pushed uphill. Snow fell faster. The light dimmed more. My hands stung with cold. My legs cramped. My lungs clawed for air. At one point I slipped, and my leg plunged into a hidden hole between rocks. Pain shot through my knee. I forced it out and kept going. I clawed my way upward until I saw the ridge silhouette again. Not the summit ridge, a side ridge, but higher ground. And higher ground meant visibility, options. I reached it at dusk. The sun had dropped behind a cloud bank. The sky had turned purple and gray. The wind cut my face like a blade. But I saw something ahead that kept me moving. Trail prints, not the long heavy ones. Fresh ones. Mine. I had looped back toward my own route on the ridge. Relief hit like a drug. I followed my prints down. I passed the rock where the coat had been. It was gone. The rock bare. I passed the point where I had first seen the man. No sign of him. I descended fast. The air warmed as I dropped elevation. My breath steadied. I saw trees I recognized, landmarks from hours earlier. The final bend revealed the trailhead. The black SUV was gone. Its tire marks cut through the fresh snow and vanished down the road. I got into my car, locked the doors, sat there shaking. I drove to town and straight to the sheriff's office. The deputy listened. He frowned. He said several people had reported strange encounters in that area over the past 3 years. Nothing criminal, nothing definite, but strange. A missing camper 2 summers back. Gear found. No man. A hunter who swore someone was shadowing him through the pines. A snowshoer who heard knocking patterns echoing across the basin. The sheriff asked if I had seen faces, names, details. I told him no. I left out some things. The way the man walked into the basin without sinking. The way the voices spoke like they were tracking a path only they knew. The way the ridge felt like it was holding its breath. I left out the stick marker still hanging from the trail sign. When I drove past it again 2 days later out of stupid curiosity, the marker was gone. So were the knife-carved warnings on the post. Now, the sign is blank wood with old weather stains and nothing else. I have not returned to Granite Pass. I do not think the danger was weather, or terrain, or wildlife. Some places look empty but are not. Some paths are marked for reasons that have nothing to do with safety. Some people walk the mountains in ways that do not match any map. Sometimes I think about the torn jacket, the neat footprints, the folded coat, the red cloth tied like a lure, and the message pinned in my jacket pocket. Do not follow him. Go down now. He goes higher and waits. I believe whoever wrote that was trying to help me. I also believe there was someone else up there who had no intention of letting me leave if I had followed their signs instead of my own.